curating all things community right in this space. So this is a destination right here at 55 West 125th Street. And so a little bit about Rocky. She specializes in community and business development for Chase with over 10 years of financial services experience. In her role, she builds relationships with community leaders and small businesses, hosting financial health workshops. So we all need that, right? Financial health is really important, and fostering partnerships to advance racial equality, particularly supporting Black and Latinx communities. Rocky actively participates in professional groups, including, I couldn't pronounce this, is it Adelante? Oh, Adelante, Fold, Aspire, Next Gen, Women on the Move, and Pride. Welcome up. Put your hands together for Ms. Rocky.
Do you want me on the mic? Because I can project pretty well.
You sound okay.
I sound all right? All right, so on the live stream, you want me on the mic?
Yeah, you are.
You guys need it.
Ladies will move us with our power.
I'm good. All right, awesome. So I don't need the mic if I really don't want to. But thank you so much, Deborah. Today is a perfect example of how we utilize this space. You're standing in the first ever community center that we've ever opened nationally. We started our work here in Harlem to help bridge the racial health gap that we know exists within the Black and Hispanic community that we had a problem. We take ownership for that, and that's why we're here to make sure that we take the steps to improve upon that. And we do that through financial education. Yes, it comes through financial education, but it's really based off of the need of the community. And we do that by leading with listening, and we partner up with amazing organizations that are leading already within the community to help bring you here, to help understand that, and be able to unite us and bring the resources that we bring to our community and making sure that we're spreading it within our community. The one ask I always have every time I start my presentation is what we've learned today, please share it with you. I always say lift as you climb. So as you learn, share that information as well. We have a small, tight-knit group, so I want it to be a fun conversation for us to really understand and speak about budgeting, how we feel about budgeting, some of our financial goals, immediate, long-term, and obviously address. We know that it's the holiday season. We just had a major holiday pass. How do we feel about our current financial situation and going into 2024 on a positive start? So really safe space for us to speak. I always like to say we put into it, so we get out of it as well. So something that you might be feeling, somebody else in the room might be feeling as well. And let's just share some best practices. But I'm really grateful to be able to really partner up with Deborah to be able to bring this to you today. All right, so any of us have set any financial goals in the past? What are some financial goals that we've set? I know you raised your hand first. Your name, Tina, welcome. Nice. What is that? What does financial stability mean to you? What does that look like for you? Planning so not to worry. How many of us feel that sentiment? Right? And I saw some other hands on financial goals.
Yeah, reduce credit card debt.
Reduce credit card debt. Okay. Yes. We can talk about that.
Yeah.
Like back in high school before I broke my first car. So I had to say,
right. Nice. Congratulations. At 16? At 16? I was not thinking about that at 16. I was thinking about getting at 16. That was my priority. Which is why I like to call myself a recovered financial mess. Because that was my priority. So when I needed to finally be able to get a car, credit was non-existent, or it was, but not the desirable situation. Bank account, I looked like $1 million, but the bank account said otherwise. And that's why I always like to start with thinking about what our financial goals are and thinking about what our values are. We'll take it one step back to our financial goals. Because we might think that our values don't have the financial implications, but they really do. I'm sorry, this is not going to be policy. But what are some of things that are important to you? And I'll give you a quick sample of what mine are. Because sometimes you might think, really, what are my values necessarily? But the things that are important to me are family. My second one is mad random. It's beach. Then you laugh. Because those are the things that really, the water for me, like that's my peace, that's my serenity. parent, what it means, I need to be by the water. That's really important to me. So whatever is your peace, whatever brings you joy, those are the things that you value. So what are some things that we value? I gave you two. I know family is family for most of us.
So,
Health,
Property.
property.
faith is a value, faith.
Yes, 100%. Yeah. So I want us to think, when we're thinking about those of us that are struggling with creating a financial goal, or identifying when you're out and you're going around and you're like, I can go to the grocery store now. But Chipotle is right there. You grab that Chipotle before I go to the grocery store. The values, what's important to you is going to help you address what those immediate goals you might have, some of those long-term goals you might have. So remember how I said Bible Beach and family? That thought of me actually identifying that was the reason why I could go by Chipotle and say, no, let me go to Whole Foods instead, and actually make my dinner for the week, save money versus spending, what is it, like $12 or $13 for one meal. And I know now $12 doesn't go as far as it used to in the grocery store, let's be honest, but it really does make a big difference in the long run. So the next thing, and the reason why we say the family thing, is because that evolved into me actually wanting to purchase a house. So that's what my long-term goal, just from me identifying those things as my values. The reason why is because my mother's Dominican, my father's from Bangladesh. I am from Similar to Deborah, this is my playground. Like I grew up here. And so growing up, we didn't really have much. I heard no a lot growing up. We didn't own a house. We didn't have property in the Dominican Republic, so that's why we never went back. And I always said, I grew up with all of my family and wanted to be very close. And then the most important thing about buying property is, what does buying property potentially lead to? Well, generational wealth. Exactly. So that's really how I identified that process and how that came about. So when you think about some of your values, how does that align? I know we set some financial goals, but how does that align with some of your financial goals? Can I put you on the spot? Like at 16, when you said I want to get that car, what was your drive? 110. What was your driving point to be able to achieve that goal?
I used to have to take the bus to go to work, so I used to have to walk across town 50 minutes to take the bus to work. So I obviously buying a car. For me, it was freedom. It was freedom. It allowed me to go wherever I wanted, whenever I wanted.
Right. So if you don't mind me asking, and I know you said it was a long time ago, but like, what were the steps that you took to be able to achieve that?
I used to be able to save my money very well. So before I turned 16, I had this is like a set amount of money in my savings account. So when I turned 16, I had no money to buy the car. My dad obviously didn't
Right.
That's what he had, but I had enough money at that point to just go.
So how did you know how much money to set aside from your paycheck that you were getting?
I used to do a thing where I would just say half my paycheck. Half would be for play, and half would be for whatever I would say.
Right. We're gonna take a deeper dive.
I had bills at that
What was
point,
it?
so
What was
easy.
it's easy, but what was the driving point to tell you half was your number?
I took a financial literacy class at high school, and I think that was around the same time. But for me, it just made sense. I don't really know anything about it. I'm pretty sure somebody somewhere along the way put that in my head. My teacher, but it was just in my head.
And that's stuck with you. That's like stuck with you. And how about now, as an adult? How have we been doing? How have we been doing?
I live on my own now, so it's a
Oh,
lot
yeah.
more on my shoulders.
Yeah.
So I would love to save that half, and spend the half on whatever, but
Right.
it's not. It doesn't always work like that in reality.
100%. 100%. And you know why I asked you how you do it? Because that half, that might have worked for you at 16, but you just openly said, this does not work for me now. And what worked for you might not work for you. And so that's why I always say there's no secret number. It's not a percentage, as I like to say. Yes, there's so many logarithms out there that say you should do the
50-30-20
method, but unless of course you start somewhere, start where you're at, where you're today, start today. Start identifying what that small change really could do and how that can go and align with home management. So I'll go into the presentation portion of it, just because I definitely want us to discuss. I already shared with you the values portion, and all the handouts that you'll see on the screen, I'll actually be sharing with you for you to create your financial goal. So the first portion, you're gonna identify what those values are. In there does give you some spots for you to be able to create your own values. Like I said, mine has exactly put in there. I want you to also identify who will be impacted by those financial goals. It could just be you. Just put that on there. What specific thing do you want your money to do for you? Has anybody ever heard of SMART? Do you remember what it stands for?
Yes, well, it's for specific,
Specific.
measurable, attainable, realistic, and time sensitive.
Time sensitive. So the one thing I'm gonna change for you, this is my thing. For R, I know they say realistic, but I like to change it to relevant.
Oh.
The reason behind that is because if it doesn't mean anything to me,
Right.
I'm not gonna achieve it. And your achievable part, that's what's making it realistic. That's why I like to completely remove the realistic
Makes sense.
and just make that into achievable. So you're specific, right? So you have a specific goal. I'll go back just because you eloquently placed your financial goal. I want to buy a car. How long did you give yourself to buy that car? Like when did you start saving? So we're 16, you buy a car. Okay, so 2 years? About 2 years? Okay. So I specifically want to buy a car at 16. Did you already know what kind of car? No. But you knew you needed it.
For me, it just has to have 4 wheels.
Uh-huh.
I have to be able to drive.
Right. That's all. At 16, that's really all that matters, right? And so your measurable is what's that number? Your attainable or achievable, what are the steps you need to take? So you can figure out by dividing 2 years, how that 50% of your check, how long that's gonna take for you to be able to. Relevant, you saw you needed that freedom. That freedom. Timeout, you gave yourself 2 years. Sometimes you can work that around, or if you figure out what your measurable is or your achievable, that might adjust your time. So don't put too much pressure on it. You can give yourself an idea, but you can adjust it accordingly, which is what I always like to say. So that's when you get specific, I want you to put that in there. The why. Why do you want to achieve that goal and how does that improve your life? That's that relevance. That's really what I want you to really put in there. Because like I said, if it doesn't mean anything to you, how many of us are really going to push for that? Like freedom was just kept ringing in your head. That freedom just kept ringing in your head. So that's really something that I was like to mention when it comes to that portion. And then down here, just create your why. Like just put in the actual financial goal. And I always like to say, identify some of your immediate goals. We save for a reason. It's to buy something, right? There's a purpose for that one. Have your immediate, your medium-term goals. So anything that you want to achieve between 2 to 5 years. And then your long-term goals. Anything you want to achieve in 10 plus years. And the reason for that is because, like I said when we started, your immediates might be impacting those long-term goals. And really that's what I want you to be able to picture is that long-term goal. We talked about security, right? You're not retired. Do you mind if I ask when do you plan on retiring? Soon. But you could, I'm just saying, you look really good for you. So I'm assuming you're retiring early. So retiring at the retiring age. A little wiggle. But we do that on a regular basis. That's really how you're able to identify when you can retire. When you sit down with your advisor, what we just discussed, that's exactly how you can discuss it with your advisors. What your long-term goals are and what your timeline is. That's really important is identifying when you want to be able to achieve that goal. Super cheesy, but honestly, a goal without a time is just a wish. So really always apply that time for you to be able to achieve that. So how do I identify what it is that I need to do to be able to save? You have the 50% method, but as adults, 50% is not reasonable. So how many of us have created a budget? For those of you that have your hand up, keep your hand up if you've stuck to the budget. It tends to happen a little bit of it. Can I ask you, what are some things that you struggle with when it comes to sticking to your budget?
Take out.
Take out?
Yep, too busy. I own two businesses. I'm a household of kids. And so sometimes I'm not getting that kitchen, I'm not getting to the market. I need to go buy this, but I don't want to spend this amount of money. Take out my, sometimes double back a month because I just don't have time to go.
Yeah. And so, 100%, 100%. But we can definitely find some opportunities for you to save, and we'll talk through like some best practices that I'd like to share when it comes to that. So when it comes to creating your budget, you want to make sure that you're listing your income first. Remember, not any assets. So what you're setting aside for your 401k, that's your assets. You don't include that in your income at all. It's the money that you have coming in every single month. Is the money that you're going to be listing. That can be paycheck, any side hustles, and any additional support. That's going to be your part A. You're going to subtract that. You're going to subtract your groceries, car, transportation, monthly savings, child expenses, mortgages, and your fund as I like to call it. But what I like to identify, and the way I want to urge each of you when you create your budget, list the things that are fixed first, meaning your rent, mortgage, car payments, insurance, things that we can't change. Notice how I didn't include the cable or utilities in that, because there's some opportunities there that we can definitely make. Some opportunities when it comes to cell phones, and now we'll go into the best practices. Cell phones. Most of us probably have unlimited plans for everything when it comes to our cell phones. How many of us have actually taken a look at your statement and looked to see how many gigs you use on a monthly basis? So that's my little, oh, you do that? You look at how many gigs you actually use?
Then I just get alerts when you have unlimited data, when it meets that threshold, then I get alerts.
Okay, nice. So I definitely urge each of you to definitely set up the alerts. The reason why I say that is because there might be a cell phone option that only charges you a lesser price for a certain amount of gigs. Here we are using unlimited, but my average gig usage is probably about 5 or 10 gigs, where I can be saving and not paying for an unlimited service. Same thing when it comes to your cable or streaming services. How many of us have streaming services? All right. Eva, what's a streaming service you pay for?
All Black channels, Netflix, those two.
Okay.
Yeah.
When was the last time we used that one?
Great question. About a month ago.
No, you could have saved that. What is it now? It's expensive now, right? I always say, if you have to think about the last time you used it, nix it. Nix it.
That's my plan
And
for
that's
January.
one of those variable options. That's why I say utilities could be a variable option. And that's really how I want you to identify that. The next part when you create your budget is we might think that we know where our money's going, but how many of us review our actual line items on our credit cards and statements? I do now, because remember I was a recovery financial mess. So now I watch where my money's going. And that's honestly one of the tricks that I learned from a lot of my customers, watching where my money's going. Most of the affluent clients that I dealt with, they're the ones that were coming at me on some why is there $2 statement fee? Because they literally see where every single dollar goes. They're chasing it. There's a reason why they're rich. So review your line items, identify, and one of the best practices I like to do is I put a need, an N for I need that, and a W for I want that. Because that's really what's going to help you with identifying those needs versus wants and finding those, as I like to call, opportunities. So when you've done, listed your income, subtracted what your expenses are we in the positive? Congratulations, you're doing the right thing. If you are in the positive, but we're not comfortable with that number, review those needs versus wants, identify where our opportunities are. And sometimes it can be even taking a deeper dive and review as far as like, why am I spending that much money? So for me, I love sleep. I think that's like my biggest thing. I need sleep no matter what. That's why I like the beach. Just sleep on the beach. But one of the things was I had to be in the office by 7:30 every single day. So what I did was, my mind said, all right, there's a Starbucks downstairs from my house. When I got out of work, when I went to the subway, there was a Starbucks. I went to the office. What was across the street from the office? Starbucks hot dogs. So that 30-minute snooze button, I would hit it because I'd be like, oh, I can grab a coffee. And I have a sweet tooth and a pound cake too. So that 30 minutes was costing me $10 every single day for 6 days. That's over $60 every single week on just breakfast. I'm talking about lunch and I'm talking about dinner. That's just breakfast. And all that was at 30 minutes of sleep. Because when I looked at my accounts, I said, what are all these Starbucks charges at the same time every single day? And that 30 minutes that I could have just made breakfast. So not only was it impacting my wallet, my financial health, it's also impacting my physical health. So those are things that I want us to do when you're reviewing those line items. Is think about, is that a need or is it a want? And what can I do to adjust that? All right? And so here, we're discuss the needs versus wants. These are really, really important steps when it comes to it. Identifying that needs are obviously nutritious food, a safe home, clothing, access to doctors, medicine if you need it. Some wants are dining out, upscale home or apartment, pattern fashion, like I mentioned, look like $1 million, non-existent bank account, concert tickets and vacation. I always like to identify that because that's really what you're saving for. Your wants are what you're saving. But in order for us to be able to achieve our goals, especially those long-term goals, we want to be able to identify and set up that account for you to be able to achieve those things. So one of the examples that they give you, we already speak about fixed and flexible. One of the things that they give you as an example, I don't really like this Maya example because Maya's just living her best life. She's 25, single, no kids, no responsibility. Lives in the city, living a very lavish lifestyle, but she's getting by month to month, not being able to save. So Maya lives the ideal picture situation, a range of $12.50 a month. That's not realistic at all. Definitely not in New York. You have utilities 110, transportation 100, groceries 250, subscriptions 85, cell-phone 5, nail salon 65, dining out 400. So the reason why I like this screen is because I mentioned about a best practice when it comes to your statement. Notice on here, Maya's listed her fixed items, she's highlighted that in blue. Her green items are her needs or essential, and then the yellows are the wants. You can highlight if you'd like. I like the NW, which just stands out a lot more to me. But on here, we can see some adjustments that she made in her transportation, say by using transit benefits. One of the things I always like to tell everybody is make sure that you look into, if you're currently employed, some benefits, some employers do offer benefits when it comes to transit, especially in New York. So really look into that if that's something that they offer. Groceries, saved by bargain hunting and meal planning. Subscriptions, we spoke about the subscriptions, however we can save there. Same thing with the nails, with the cell phones. The nail salons, subscriptions, and dining out were wants. They weren't necessarily a need. So she, similar to me, swapped out one brunch or dinner out for a free activity like hiking. And I know we laugh at Maya because we say easier said than done, but it really does make a big difference when it comes to those little things. We did this session last week where we had about 75 women here, and one of the moms opened the shirt. She said, you know, during holiday season, the school, they would offer every single day was a new theme. They had ugly sweater day, ugly hair day, cookie day, like the whole week of holidays. So how do you think that made an impact on her wallet? Like she doesn't want her kids to miss out. Huh? See? So one of the things that she opens is she's like, I picked which things my kids could do. She was very open about that. She's like, I didn't want my kids to miss out, but I also didn't want them to think that this was okay. She also didn't think that the school was okay. I don't know about, I'm going to age myself, but that wasn't something that my school offered. She's done all right. She's done all right. But one of the things she did was she actually used some of her old clothing, and she did something with her daughter because they created an ugly sweater by working together. So it was a fun activity that she did with her daughter, and then saved money because she didn't go out and buy a sweater. They actually created one based off of old clothes, and that's something that turned out to be nice. It was actually really cute. But I'm just saying, like, there's some ways out there where if you just take a second, there's some really good opportunities for us to be able to identify some stuff out there. When it comes to our eating out, I'm not going to scoff at the eating out. I get it. We all live a very busy lifestyle. look into credit cards that you might have now. Some of the benefits that they offer, they might be able to offer you where you get some of those delivery services fees waived. So those are some opportunities. So really identifying the credit cards that you have, the subscriptions you have, anything like that that you're paying for now, look into the things that you are paying for, your cell phone service. Maybe your cell phone offers you a streaming service for free. I think T-Mobile was doing that for a while. They were offering some, I think it was Netflix when it first started. They were offering that for free. Some, if you're paying for Hulu, I think if you get Disney Plus, you save. So make sure that you're not paying for those individually. Those are the types of things that I meant, what I mean when I say reach out to your streaming services for bundle packages. Yes.
Question, I have a credit card where they give you points for doing purchases. Redeeming those points, is that helpful? But I don't want to keep using my credit card because I have to keep paying, so it's like a double-edged sword, like use the points, but they're gonna use the card, use points, and
So there's two things to that. If you want to go into credit, we definitely go into credit. When it comes to the way you use your credit card, you definitely want to make sure that you think about, and it's going to sound really cheesy, those long-term goals and include it in your budget. I don't look at my credit card as extra money.
right.
I look at it strictly for points. If you ask me where my debit card is right now, I don't know where it is. I strictly only use my credit card for every single one of my purchases. Do you know why? Because I accounted for it in my budget. If I have $200 that I allocated towards groceries, I'm only using $200 on my credit card to allocate towards groceries. And so at the end of the month, it's paid for. I'm not accruing any fees or interest,
Okay.
and I'm just getting points. So I'm making my ends today. That's really that's the benefit to using. So you hear about those people that take free trips on their credit cards? That's what they're doing.
They're using the points that are on the credit card towards.
Yes, but it's not frivolous spending.
So I'm saying, like, it has to be specific to that point where it goes towards.
Oh, no, I mean, like, it's not frivolous spending. I've already accounted for that money as if it was cash.
Okay, I got
Because
you.
as soon as I use it, that's taken out of my checking account. It's actual physical cash, but I'm getting points out of it. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
I think
I'm not
so.
paying any interest.
Okay,
So the way I always advise you, when you're using your credit card, don't think about it as extra money.
okay,
Think about it like if my credit card limit is $500, it's because I have $500 in my checking account.
right, I got
That if I max out that card for $500 that month, guess what's gonna be paid? $500, because I'm not paying any interest. Does that make sense to everyone? And so that's where you get those benefits and those points, is if you're actively using it, like if you were using actual cash. Yeah. That's, I say, if they don't accept credit cards, it's not enough. I'll take it as a sign. Like I said, I was a big shopper, so for me, if they don't have Apple Pay as availability, I take that as a sign that it wasn't good for me to be able to buy that. I just forget it. So, as you go through, one of the things that I want to discuss is, and if everybody has their cell phone, you can actually get, and I'll send this to everybody too. If you would like a budget builder worksheet, this is free for you to use. Feel free to scan that QR code. It does bring you right to a PDF. So it's not like anything that you have to sign in. It's not anything that you have to actually sign in for an account or anything like that. It's a free document that you have to use. So this tends to be asked on our end a lot. Is like, what's the ideal setup when it comes to your accounts? Yes, you can have a savings account for each one of your financial goals. You can have a savings account strictly for travel. You can have a savings account strictly for your emergency fund. How many of us have set up an emergency fund? Trying
trying to, yeah.
So let me give you some daunting facts. I'll hit you with the daunting facts. Do we know how many months of expenses we should have saved for an emergency?
6 months?
6 to 9 months, yeah.
I would say a year for nowadays.
I'm gonna say a year.
Yeah, we felt that during COVID.
Yeah.
We felt that for sure. So you could do the year, but if you haven't started, give yourself that grace, give yourself that 6 months. So remember that SMART goal I mentioned? We just identified how many months we should be saving, 6 months, right? Didn't we just create a budget? Was it part B of that formula, your expenses? So I just gave you that portion. Now times that by 6, that's how much you should have saved. Do you have to do that tomorrow? Like, to have that saved? No, it's gonna take you time. But when you create your budget and you see how much you have left over, that's gonna give you that time to figure out how long it's gonna take you to achieve that. And like I said, give yourself grace. Don't look at it like, oh, it's just $1. Don't scoff at that dollar. That dollar changes dramatically. If you save $1 every day, how much do you have at the end of the year? Or where do we start? At 0, right?
Mm-hmm.
How big of an accomplishment is it to just have that 365?
Or 66.
Mm-hmm.
I know, next year is 365.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it is, it is.
We just made ourselves an extra $1 next year. Another one is the envelope method. How many of us have seen the envelope method? You do $1 on day 1, week 1, right? So week 1, if you can do the 52, you can do the daily if you want. And then on day 2, you put $2 away. If you want to do the weekly, the 52-week challenge, that's what they do. So giving yourself that, those are just some ideas for putting it away. But remember, you're going to identify how much money you can put away based off of the budget that you created. And that's why it does help for you to be able to list how you have your account set up. So to give you an example, we have your essentials expenses for the checking account, so rent, utilities, groceries. Then we have our fund, as I like to call it, just your money that you want to spend. Then you have your savings accounts, anything that you want specifically for your savings accounts. Like I said, it's good to have those stuff you set up. If you have a retirement plan, you don't have to add that one because you already have your retirement plan, but anything that you have for your immediate and your long-term, like if you're looking to purchase a new home, that's a great way to go about it. Okay? All right. We already spoke about the emergency fund. I'm not going to take a deep dive into these examples because the one thing that I always want to mention to everybody when it comes to the different methods of savings, make sure, especially now with the way that the market is, take advantage of the rates. These are rates that we haven't seen before. Go in, window shop online too, to see what numbers there are when it comes to savings. High yield savings accounts are great options right now. Just really sit down with the banker and identify what your goals are, and they'll tell you what products are best. And guess what? If they don't offer something that's available to you, do some research and really, really go into it saying, hey, this is what I found out. Does this align with what my goals are? Really just empowering you to have those conversations with the bankers. Okay? All right. So my homework that I'm going to give you, I'm going to hand out those forms that we had discussed so that way you can create your vision boards. I'm a big believer in vision boards. Looking closely at your statements, you can start with that by just identifying what your needs are versus your wants on each one of your statements, your credit card and your checking accounts. Because I'm sure some of us use our checking account more than we use our credit cards, and that's really how we get into those good habits of utilizing just our credit cards and reaping the benefits of those things. Put the cost on non-essential expenses and put that money into the savings. So that money that we saved on Netflix, so now you can just transfer that over into the savings. It's gonna get you that much closer. That's more than $1 a day. And just really commit to the savings for at least 3 months. And reward yourself and celebrate those little wins. All right, but thank you so much. Do you guys have any other questions for me to answer for you?
Yes, I was told by one branch that Chase was not offering grants, and somebody said another branch that Chase does offer grants. What is their policy on that grants and on that products from Chase?
So we don't, it's true, we don't offer any grants. That goes strictly to our philanthropy line of business. And there's different things that you have to cover when it comes to our philanthropy line of business. So it depends on what if your mission's aligned with what our values are as well. So that's really how you do it. I can gladly introduce you to the philanthropy. It is JPMorgan/philanthropy.
On certain events like this one today, Chase involved in others.
We offer by giving you space for free. This is a community space that the community is giving. The workshops that we offer are free to you, the most important thing. Notice I didn't speak about any products in any of the discussions we talked today. It's strictly education. We do that for small business as well. We do one-on-one coaching actually for minority businesses as well. And home ownership, we not only support on the community level for home ownership, having the discussion, we also empower the real estate agents to help the real estate agents understand the well. And we also do wealth management workshops, available from basic investing 101 to larger scale discussions. And I think that's pretty much it on those pillars, yeah. But it's definitely JP Morgan /
Okay.
yeah, you're welcome. Any other questions? All right, I think that's it. Where did I lose Deborah? I don't know who's next.
One last question.
Yes.
Do you have to be within the community or the area to receive the services from this branch?
No, you can just come on in. Let me share you one last thing. That's my QR code. If you would like to be invited to future workshops that we host, or would like to have one-on-one consultation, feel free to select by completing the survey. I can definitely either offer one-on-one services with you. We can create your budget together, bring in your statements, and we can review. We can identify those needs versus wants, and we can talk through some of those tips. But definitely when it comes to the delivery services, we can see what your credit card might offer. A lot of them do offer, but I think it's Amex and I know the Sapphire does. They give you DoorDash for free, so you don't have to pay it to like the DoorDash. And then if you have the DoorDash Plus, it comes with the pink. So now you're saving money on Uber share. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
One last question before
Yes.
you go. Is Chase thinking of extending this community situation
Yeah.
other branches?
So this is the first one, but
Right.
now we have 17 nationally. We don't have any in New Jersey, but we have 150 community managers that facilitate this nationally. And we have about 12 of us in Jersey. Yeah, so if you have the small cards, we'll give you the information. And we love partnering up with community leaders to be able to facilitate the workshops for sure. Yeah, we have a space, just not. Yeah, we're getting one in Brooklyn, in Bronx. I'm so glad to be able to expand it in New York. The most recent one we just opened was in Philadelphia. Yeah. Yeah, I brought some business cards. I'm here all day, so you're not gonna miss it. Thank you so much. What are we doing?
All right, how was one? No, Rocky was great. Let's give it up to Rocky. Thank you, Rocky. Appreciate you. So, our second two speakers will be Jasmine Bruno and Tina Powers, right? Okay. So, Tina Powers and Jasmine Bruno are the founders of, I want to make sure I got this right, JBG, right? Bookkeeping Services that are providing clients with first-class accounting services for over 20 years, and they take care of your financial needs so that you don't have to. Isn't that great? And then leaving you free to focus on life and run your business. I know that numbers and bookkeeping makes me crazy. So it's not my strong suit. You know, I'm more of a creative person, so having someone that you can trust to help you with your numbers is critical, it's so important. And so, is the confidence for me? That was for Rocky. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring the two of you up here to talk, and then we're going to switch over so we can run your presentation. Okay? We're going to come up and get your microphones. All right. Do you guys want regular handheld, or do you want? Which ones do you want? For about? Yeah, we do. Okay. So we'll go ahead and set. All right, y'all. What we're going to do is
Um,
Yeah, this. You guys.
Thank you all for coming here today. My name is Tina Alex. I am the Chief Operating Officer and Head of Tax and Business Consulting at JBG Services. And Jackie Bruno, who is right here, and I are here to talk about the impact of bookkeeping and taxes on you and your business. So just before we get started, there is some important information. This presentation is for educational and informational purposes only, and should not be considered professional advice. We're not getting into specifics of your situation. We don't know your circumstances, so you don't want to just take something and plug and play. So always seek advice. Today we will be walking through a little bit of introduction by ourselves, why bookkeeping is important, bookkeeping and how it relates to taxes, and then we'll close out with some tips for so Jasmine will be coming up. Jasmine Bruno is our founder and CEO. She leads our bookkeeping and payroll departments. And we are a one-stop shop. So we offer bookkeeping for all types of businesses, entrepreneurs. We offer payroll, tax preparation for individuals and businesses, in addition to consulting services.
So why bookkeeping is important. My name is Jasper. How you doing? And I started JBG Bookkeeping about 20 years ago, helping smaller businesses get their bookkeeping in order. During the pandemic, we decided to just launch it and go fully into it. We see so many people going on and doing good things with business and going out there and starting all the companies, and they don't have the guidance, they don't really have the know-how. It's a Google-esque society now. Everybody Googles, I can get my own EIN, I can just register my LLC, and there's so much more to owning a business, and we find that there's a gap, especially within our community, information that we don't have, and it's not readily available. So we are trying to bridge that gap, help smaller businesses be more, I guess, more in line and have that growth that we were not taught to aspire to have, in our So, what is bookkeeping? Bookkeeping is a process. It is you have to record all your financial transactions, you categorize the transactions, and you have to maintain accurate financial records. So, recording your transactions is some of what Rocky was saying. You have to go down, you have to make sure that you're looking at all your expenses, all your income, and you're recording them, categorizing them to make sure they're in the right place, right? So you buy some food for your staff, that would be, under meals, but if you're traveling, that's, meals and entertainment for your clients, that sort of thing. And accurate bookkeeping helps you learn where those things fall in your financials for your business. And maintaining accurate financial records, because if you don't maintain your records in a clear, concise way, then it's hard to see where you're spending money, where you're earning money. It's also easier to have a snapshot view of the health of your business. You can actually sit there and say, hey, my business is doing, great. We're selling this, we're doing that. You won't be able to get that information easily without actually having a streamlined base to view it. So bookkeeping applies to all businesses, and I can't literally stress this enough. The first one here, independent contractors. A lot of small businesses, a lot of independent contractors don't realize that they are classified as a small business. So you are a small business if you are billing someone for your time and expertise. You don't have to be a registered business as an LLC or a corp or anything like that. You are a small business, and there are small business rules that attach to that as far as record keeping and aligning your finances. That also aligns on sole proprietors. Some businesses are just sole proprietor. That's a type of entity. A sole proprietorship is you running your business by yourself. Sometimes you're not registered with a separate EIN. It's working under your own social security number, that sort of thing. LLC, which is a limited liability corp, that is the first step in entity. You hear that a lot. I can register my own LLC. You could be a single member, a multi-member. There's different, if you're an LLC, it's a level of protection that it serves once you register your business as an entity. Then you have partnerships, S corps, and corporations. So partnerships can be a multi-member LLC, can be viewed as a partnership, but then there's also general partnerships. So there's different types of partnerships. S corps and corporations, we know, are bigger companies, bigger corporations, and these have different reporting standards. Corporations are usually have a board that you report to, that sort of thing. S corps are in between the LLC and corporations. So you have officers as opposed to members, but titles change. Which self-bookkeeping would work for you if, and I know that a lot of people think that you should always farm out, doesn't necessarily, you don't necessarily have to farm out the bookkeeping. It's always good to have an expert review your numbers, but it is, something that you can do on your own if you who are willing to learn your bookkeeping basics. A lot of people, think they can do it on their own and they get overwhelmed. It's a little too much for them, and so they don't know exactly where to start. So
that maybe they need to, get somebody to do it for them. But if you're willing to learn it, whether we offer training, a lot of bookkeeping companies offer training, there's training online, you can do it on your own. But you have to have the time to do it. Bookkeeping takes a lot of time to do. You have to be able to sit down and have to be disciplined, just like you have to be disciplined with your budgeting. You have to be disciplined with your bookkeeping. You have to sit there and, whatever that time is, whether it's an hour a day, an hour a week, an hour a month, you actually have to go through your company expenses the same way you're going to read through your statement for needs and wants. You have to do the same thing on a business. How am I spending money in my business? What am I doing with it? Is this a good product to have? Is this not a good product to have? Did we waste all that stationery because we could have just sent an email? Those are things that you have to pay attention to, and those are things that take time. If you don't have the time, you won't get there. Maybe you don't have employees or hired contractors, so you don't need all the bells and whistles of a bookkeeping company. You definitely need to do bookkeeping, but if you don't have employees or you don't hire contractors, it's a little easier. Again, as a sole proprietor or a single member, it's just you, right? So it's maybe a little easier to do, making it a little bit easier to manage on your own. And if you use cash basis accounting and or do not have an accrual. So I will not confuse everybody going into cash basis versus accrual, but if you just work on a cash basis, which means that what you pay, the day you pay for something, or the day you deposit something, the exchange of cash in that moment, that's cash basis, right? So you don't have inventory, you're not buying 50 t-shirts that you gotta keep track of how much you sold them, where you sold them, what you paid for them versus what. If you don't have to do any of that, then doing yourself bookkeeping is attainable, it's easy, it's something that you can do, especially because the time is money. When you should hire a bookkeeper. So obviously you don't have the time, you don't have the interest, numbers are not your thing, you hate it. I look at the numbers, I just want you to let me be creative. Who said they were the creative one? Let me be creative and let me just tell me how much money you have. Obviously you need a bookkeeper, you need someone to tell you, no, you don't have the money to do that. You need to stop, right? But you don't have the interest. I don't want to do that. That's fine. If you have employees or have contractors, you definitely want to have a bookkeeper because a bookkeeper is going to help you categorize and help you categorize those line items that come along with payroll, with contractors, but also a bookkeeper will also help you find and utilize more tax benefits and stuff for your business based off of what you need. If you plan to make significant purchases, so say your business is at a point where you want to buy a brick and mortar, you've been working out of your garage, you need bookkeeping. No bank will give you money without proof of your profit and loss. No bank will give you money, the SBA will not give you money if you cannot prove the income and the health of your business, the wealth health of your business. They're not just going to take a statement, a business statement, and this is my goal. They want to see the numbers. It's on an upward trajectory. This makes sense for us, right? To invest in. If you need accrual-based accounting, that is a different type of accounting or inventory tracking. You have inventory. Accrual-based accounting is buying things ahead of time, like your utilities at home. That's accrual-based because you're getting charged in advance for services that you haven't received yet. So the way accrual-based is I'm going to say that I'm paying for it. I'm going to account for it this month, but it was actually for last month. That sort of thing. So you have to do a bunch of transactions to correct your books and inventory tracking, of course. If you have, like I said, 1,000 items that you need to track, you definitely want to make sure you're doing that correctly. If you have one item, great, but usually people are offering multiple items. You offer candles, you offer soaps, you offer different types of things. You need to track exactly what it is that you're getting. So maybe you have 500 bars of turmeric soap and 200 bottles of lotion. You want to make sure that as you're selling them, you're reducing your inventory and your system, and it's showing the money coming in and out correctly. And of course, if you have a multi-owner business, so when you have a multi-owner business, you need bookkeeping so that you can split the tax, the tax, the tax reporting at the end of the year has to be split by the amount of members or the amount of partners in your business, or in certain situations when you have an S corporation, you have to actually file for, you have to file to the board and produce numbers, especially if you're in the public. You have to produce a public financial statement. And in those cases, you will always need, when you have to produce a financial statement, you're gonna always need bookkeeping as well. Benefits of bookkeeping, include essential to the success of your business. Bookkeeping helps you. It lets you see exactly where your business is at all times. When you have a good partnership with someone, a bookkeeping company, you want to make sure that you have confidence in these people, because that you know that your ship is sailing right. You know that everything is going to be successful, and you can focus, and that's our model. We do the hard work so you can focus on your business, and we do the rest for you. It helps to minimize tax liability. Doing the proper bookkeeping, your tax line items are accurately mapped, and it allows you to see tax benefits. It allows you to reduce expenses where some people will not realize that something is a deduction that goes on your taxes, so it maximizes your deductions, because you may not know that you can, reduce your taxable income by X, Y, and Z, because you don't have that knowledge, because you don't have a bookkeeper, or you don't understand the tax mapping of a particular category. And it provides critical financial data and insights. Once again, letting you literally have a snapshot of your company, letting you see the health. Maybe there's products that you thought would do great, and you don't realize that they're not doing great, because you're kind of lost in the other 50 products you're offering. So when you have bookkeeping, you can say, you know what, I thought that that hoodie was selling better than it is, but because it's just bunched into general apparel, all the rest of the stuff is doing great, and I've invested $5,000 in hoodies that I didn't need to. So you know what, next year we're not gonna offer hoodies because they're not doing great, because the money we're making is actually in the t-shirts, it's not in the hoodies. If you don't have your financial information honed down to your actual products, to what you're offering, to where your money's coming in and out, you wouldn't see that, it would just be lumped in. Sorry, the glare. So, why bookkeeping is important for your business? Financial management obviously is essential. Whether you're doing something at home or for a business, we have to manage our money in a way that makes sense, that helps us, that propels us forward. So, tracking revenue, expenses, profit, to make informed financial decisions, touches everything that I just spoke about. Knowing where your money's coming in, where it's going out, how much profit you have, will determine the next step in your business. Protecting your personal assets. If you are a registered entity, we're not giving legal advice, but if you register as an entity, there are protections in place when you have a business legally that allow you to, that help you protect your personal assets, because the way you do business, you're separating your personal expenses, your personal income from your business. You keep them separate, and it protects your business and it protects your personal assets as well. Accurate reporting for tax purposes, obviously. We may think so. A lot of people don't realize about gross versus net. They understand it in their paychecks on their W-2s, but accurate reporting, when you sell $100,000 worth of product in a year, but your expenses were $60,000, your net profit's only $40,000. If you don't accurately track your expenses, you're gonna pay taxes on the $100,000 if you haven't tracked your expenses. Whereas, if you get all your expenses in correctly, they're lined up correctly, then you're looking at, paying your taxes on your $40,000, just using those whole numbers. And monitoring, again, the financial health of your business. So you want to make sure that you always have a US how your business is doing. It helps you make business decisions for the future. You want to apply for a business loan. You want to expand. You want to hire new employees. Maybe you need to let employees go because you're not doing well enough. You won't know that in your financial management if you're not paying attention to where your business is going. Tracking revenue, expenses, and profit. So properly identify and classify your revenue and income.
you want to account for all your business expenses, and you want to calculate your gross profits regularly. So these three items will help you track revenue in a way that makes sense so that you can see how much money you're making, and you classify it based off of services versus product, maybe you do both, accounting for all your business expenses, and then when you calculate your gross profit regularly, you can forecast, you can do cash flow, you can do budget forecasting, so you say, okay, first quarter did this, I can move forward and do X, Y, Z in the future because I see a certain growth pattern. Protecting your personal assets is huge in small businesses. A lot of LLC members, especially single LLCs, sole proprietors, don't realize that you should keep your business and your personal separate. Business banking, business credit cards, everything business related should be coming out of a business account. If you are using your personal accounts to pay for business expenses, it creates, it's called commingling of funds. And when you commingle your funds, it creates a line that's, you know, if you ever get audited, let's say you end up getting sued by a customer, there's no judge in the world that's gonna sit there and let you go through your personal bank statement, or they're not gonna go through your personal bank statement for you to dedicate what is business and what is personal. So if you got $10,000 from Auntie Fanny, they're gonna consider that income because they're not gonna care. It's income going in, and you've used your personal bank account as an income line for your business. So you always want to keep your business and your personal separate. I know it's hard to begin in the beginning, but there are so many. I'm sure they have it here at Chase. I'm a Chase banker myself. I have a Chase account here for my business as well. And I will tell you that, you know, it's the easiest thing to open up a small business bank account these days. All they require is your $5,000. So, and keeping detailed records which is supporting documentation. If, especially in the beginning, if you're using your personal bank account, if you needed to, you know, commingle funds at the beginning, which every business does, because not everyone has the information at the time or the money yet to start a whole new stream of business, you want to make sure that you're keeping accurate documentation. I bought 10 shirts on this date, you're writing it down, you're keeping a copy of the purchase order or the receipt that you have, what it was for, what the event was for. I'm using shirts a lot, I don't know why. But, but apparel is a big deal right now. How many people started, you know, their own shirt business, their own, you know, tumbler business throughout the pandemic? So it's a huge deal to fight. But you want to make sure that you're keeping, you know, accurate records if you did use it, so that way, when it's time to transfer over that information to a business financial listing, you have clear records already in place. I tell everybody to create a business Bible, whatever that business, you know, just a notebook. That is your notebook. You carry it down. It could be a small little one, and every single time that you buy something for the business or you spend money for the business, write yourself a note. If you're a digital person, do it on your phone, create a little notepad or whatever. So that way you can go back and you can review it, and then eventually you can transfer that over. Because when you do your taxes at the end of the year, hopefully with us, but with whoever your tax person is, you want to make sure that you're bringing them that information so they can accurately reflect all of that on your tax return. Accurate reporting for tax purposes. So multiple tax filings are dependent on business financials. So a single member LLC and a sole proprietorship are passed through your individual tax return. But if you have a multi-member or a partnership, then those have a separate business tax filing. The business gets a tax return, and then form. I don't want to confuse them with a bunch of forms, but a form, which is a K1, gets printed for each owner, and then those get filed with their personal taxes. So you want to make sure that your reporting is accurate, because the K1 is based off of ownership percentage. So if 3 owners and each person, there's a 50, 30, 20 split, then that's exactly how the profit will also split amongst those forms when you put it in, and then each person would have their documents, okay? And you want to make sure that when you're doing an accurate reporting, that you're keeping in mind that penalties, if you're reporting accurately, if you're reporting on time, if you're doing your estimated payments with, with your state or federal, IRS tax incomes, that you're avoiding penalties until they find it. Because if your number's not ready on time, if your books aren't closed on time, and you delay your processing, then your bookkeeping, I should say, if you delay your bookkeeping, then you can't file on time. You can't file on time, you get penalized by the IRS. They'll send you that penalty notice. And then you want to make sure also that you're monitoring the financial health of your business, which is creating financial reports on a regular basis, reviewing it, the reports that, review reports like your asset liabilities, your profit and loss, your cash flow. So reviewing your asset and liabilities, just let you know that's also your balance sheet, let you know exactly what you have available, what's the general health of your business. Your profit and loss is showing your income and expenses, right? So, and your cash flow obviously lets you know what you're doing now and allows you to forecast for the future. And it also, all of it allows you to make future financial decisions for your business. And I'm going to let Tina take over taxes.
So now we're going to talk about how that good bookkeeping plays into taxes. So anybody here like doing taxes?
Turn your volume up a little bit.
I don't know that it has volume and much louder.
That's better.
So bookkeeping allows you to be in compliance with all of the various taxation authorities that you might be subject to. Your tax requirements will vary based on your entity and so it's kind of in line with what Jasmine was describing. If you're a sole proprietor, independent person, you may only have your typical 1040 tax form. Your businesses may have their own. If you're selling product, you may have sales tax filings. There are various things there. And it will allow you to avoid costly errors. If you do sell products where you have to collect sales tax and your numbers are wrong, your sales tax can be incorrect, right? And penalties that can come from being late or not submitting the proper amounts. So being consistent there will help. It will also help you minimize your tax liability. You always want to pay the minimum legal amount, of course. And you can do that by being able to properly identify potential tax deductions and credits. And that goes back to that accurate categorizing your transactions and maintaining documentation. The IRS can deny, disallow a deduction if you're required to have documentation for it and you do not. So even though, I don't know what auntie you said, Aunt Franny, whoever was at this event, you have 10 witnesses, you don't have the receipt, the paper, whatever they're asking for, it will be disallowed. You may also need to make estimated payments where you put aside money and pay quarterly. If you're not, say, on W-2 and having taxes withdrawn, you need your books to do that both on time and reasonably accurate. And then that monitoring the health of your business allows you to react to changes that would have a tax impact in real time. So if your income goes up, then you might want to consider adjusting your estimated tax payment to go down. You can kind of wiggle there. So it just helps you kind of stay on top of that. It's also helpful when it comes to time to do taxes. It'll help your return preparation be both more accurate and more efficient, right? If you own a business, you must have your bookkeeping done to do your tax return. If you are in a situation where you have a separate business, you have to have your business stuff done before you can do your individual tax return, right? So sometimes people think they can file their own and come back. That can cause issues. That categorization helps to minimize errors. Get things classified correctly, identify your deductions correctly. Having those financial reports will expedite the process. So having that profit and loss statement, especially if you have no advisor, so you might do your own books, you may have a bookkeeper. If you also have a CPA, they're expecting you to show up with a profit and loss statement. If you go to a CPA and you need to get your taxes done, if you don't have any books, they're going to need to do that for you. And that might be a different cost than you were anticipating. yes, it can be more expensive. And that process, the practice of establishing and maintaining good records will allow you to evidence tax filing compliance. Doesn't matter if you send it to them or you think they have it, and when they ask for it, you need to produce it, right? It allows you to support whatever deductions and credits that you claim. People miss out on deductions and credits because they don't have records. So kind of in that example, if you don't have the information, you don't even know, and your advisors, we can't help you know what we don't have, right? And then when you do have multiple owners, you'll need to manage those contributions and distributions. It'll be impossible to do without good records, right? This is also particularly important for nonprofit entities, having good records, especially if you have situations where you have different accounts, like I know the gentleman asked about grants. You get grant money that's earmarked for a specific use. You need to be able to segregate those funds and spend it accordingly. And if you don't have these kinds of practices in place, that can be a challenge. And that can cause different types of penalties and issues. So just some key dates coming up. We are coming on top of January. So for those that do estimated tax payments, that'll be your last 2023 filing. And then probably the next most important year will be that March 15th and April 15th for folks that do have those types of businesses. If you do happen to have staff or contractors, at the end of January, you have to have your W-2s and 1099s out. If you are a business and you pay other vendors, persons that perform services for you, over $600, you are required to issue them in 1099. So we're going to talk about 3 common situations that can happen. So this first one here, folks may have a business, but just have never done any bookkeeping, right? So we have no books. We're in business, we have no books. This type of situation requires what we refer to as catch-up bookkeeping, right? You're trying to bring your books, your records current to where you are in the present. Depending on your circumstances, you can evaluate doing it yourself versus hiring a bookkeeper. Your decision here is going to be based on how much as a worker, your ability, your time, the needs and complexity of your business. You'll need to consider if you do need a CPA or a designated tax professional, depending again on the complexity. And in this type of situation, you're typically going to want to begin with the oldest year, complete your bookkeeping, and file the taxes sequentially. I don't know what the longest you recall. I've had people come and haven't filed in 10 years. But now I need to buy a house and asking me for 3 years worth of tax returns. So when you're in this position, let this clean it up and then start bookkeeping, getting it right, moving forward. The worst thing to do is to continue to do that. So number 2, some people have a business, they've been doing their own books, and they know they need help. So they have messy books, right? The one from no books to messy books. This requires what we refer to as cleanup bookkeeping, right? So some things have been done, but they may not have been done correctly or completely. Here we use this term here, diagnostic review. If you engage a bookkeeper, the first thing they're going to tell you is, hey, you need to do a diagnostic review. Look at what you've been doing, see how accurate it is, how inaccurate, and then there should be some kind of report back to you, like a sit down to explain what they've identified, what they see as a path moving forward. Here, it's important to be transparent with your bookkeeper, be honest, and let them know what you have, don't have, what you've done or not done. The important thing and what you should look for in any company that you engage is that they understand and offer assistance to get it right. Right? It's not a pointing of fingers, but we can't find the path forward if we don't know what we're working on. Right? I always like to say the only problem I can't solve is the one I don't know about. Right? But if I know, I have a fighting chance. Yet again, depending on complexity, you may need a CPA or another designated tax professional. And then once you get this cleaned up, you want to kind of just maintain that consistent bookkeeping. And then last situation, some people are thinking of starting a business and they want to get that bookkeeping in place from the start. So fresh start is always the easiest, right? Because we have the opportunity to learn the right way and consume. We always encourage people that come to us for a new business consultation to research bookkeeping, understand what it is, understand the tax requirements specific to your business. Right? You may be in that position, but it's always good to do some research and learning. Otherwise, whoever you're sitting with can tell you what happened. Right? Have some starting knowledge of what it is that you're trying to do. You want to make sure you select the best operating structure. Should you be a solopreneur, entrepreneur? Do you need an LLC for some of that potential that Jasmine referenced? Evaluate whether you're in a position to do it yourself or if you need to hire a bookkeeper. A lot of people do economy start on their own. Some people prefer to outsource in the beginning. There is a medium point. We have clients who are doing some of their stuff themselves, look to us for other services, like maybe they do books or they do payroll, or they have quarterly services, right? Like I've been doing it quarterly, we come in, clean it up, do the reports. So kind of like messy book, but we don't have to get completely messy. So that works. Make sure you start bookkeeping immediately. The need for bookkeeping, all the things that we spoke about, actually begins before you open the business. So all of the money you're spending to get set up, to get started, especially if you're making investments and things, you want to keep track of those. In some instances, you may need an opportunity to expense startup expenses. You need to have those records. And then make sure you seek whatever advisory services you need. For a new business, that could be a range, not just bookkeeping, you might need an attorney, consultants, but making missteps can be costly. So we want to make sure that people take advantage of the advisors that are available to them. And then in summary, just remember that bookkeeping is important no matter the size or type of your business. Whether it's just one person, whether you have 100 people, taxmen coming for all, right? So you want to make sure you keep your records, file what you need to file every year, monitor the financial health of your business to make informed decisions. I know Jasmine mentioned it. One of the big takeaways is always that revenue is not profit. You cannot spend money you don't have. You can't make changes like adjusting what we sell hoodies next year or we need to pull that back without this information. You also cannot get other people to invest in you, to extend loans to you, things like that. Make sure that your books are kept accurately and timely. One, to minimize tax liability, but also just for your business and the owners, right? If you have a business and yourself will be impacted doubly by poor bookkeeping. And then always seek professional guidance when and as needed. Sometimes you have to do it on your own. You might have constraints, but when you know and recognize you need assistance, you kind of need to do that. Any questions?
I can make it too, but the first one is there any way we can, if we give you an email address, send that to us so we can have it all as a reminder?
Yeah, we can send you some information.
Maybe not that exact thing, but things that are like reminders.
Yeah, we do have here also, if you're on board, I can give you a business card, get your information, information that we provide.
As a second question. So this is my first year in this, a small business. Yeah, I have a product that I don't want to be in the store, so I entered into an agreement with a store owner who gets a percentage of each item. In our contract, it said that she would send me a written statement every month. And when 3 months went by, I really didn't think she sold anything, the first two, but I know in November when I went, I sold out because I was there helping. And it was really funny that she didn't give me a written statement until I went to her contract and said, this is what you said you're going to do. But is that a time that I can come to my bookkeeper and say, I'm an accountant actually, how do we get this person to give me the information on you?
So does your accountant have the understand the arrangement and have copies?
No, I didn't tell her yet, but I mean about me working at this other, but no.
Yeah, so the reason why I'm asking is we were listening and I was like, I don't know how 3 months went by. I know you probably laughing Because I would have been calling her on day one and one, two, and where's my statement?
Oh, this is not, because I would periodically go in the store and my stuff was still there, like nothing sold until November. And so it was December. So it's really one line as far as I'm
Yeah,
concerned.
I would encourage you to always enforce agreements,
I will.
because when you kind of get lax, people get lax with you.
And she said she thought I didn't care. I'm like, it was kind of messy for a while that now we're miss, because they said, let's keep this business.
Yeah.
Because I do care. And I knew I sold, it was a vendor day. You had to go in and demonstrate your product. And I sold out.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
that was December. I'm like, oh, where's the report?
yeah, but again, you know, in the beginning, all of this is information, we're not giving advice or speaking to someone else's practice. But for me, for that type of arrangement, I would prefer even a statement that says 0% sold.
Why?
Right, because I can account for it. I would also encourage my own clients to have records, like I gave you 10 bottles of whatever this cream is. If you go 0, if I show up, I should see 10 bottles on this counter. So you just gotta keep track of things, right? Including if it comes back and says, oh, somebody walked by and knocked one off the counter, then it's over one day. You need that information because, like all of what we spoke about, you can't account for your product. To prepare your items, and if they don't all sell, and whatever.
I'm not sharing to everybody else, but that's an example of something that we need to, especially do. And if you're happy somebody's taking your product, then you can't be afraid to speak up and say.
Yeah. And if you have that like with multiple places, like in the business Bible, like that's what I'm talking about, you gotta kind of keep your records. Mary has myself and John has it. I gave Mary 10 bottles on this month. This is our arrangement. Keep track, and then they, you call it kind of like, what I call it corporate governance. That's what I say. But you got to sit down and know, hey, this is what I'm expecting to know by this day or receive by this day. Because if you don't keep up, like the woman, oh, I didn't, yeah. So, maybe she thought because you hadn't said anything, you didn't care. Like she said, that's interesting statement to say to someone else. And keep track of that so that way you have that information. The longer you get away from the time, the more challenging it is to collect documentation, understand what happened, right? Like if 3 bottles are missing and it's 5 months later, Mary doesn't remember. And she's not going to remember. Because if you run into those, she thinks you would have cleaned right through the time. So I would try to do something like that. And certainly look into some form of inventory.
Yeah. Every time I give, there's an inventory sheet that they sign off on. So that, I really do it. That's why I was surprised she felt that way about it.
And use that to match up like the record, the sales, whatever. But I would ask that, and then in future ones, if you have that, just make sure your account sales, damage, whatever that they have. And I don't know if you have other requirements, but if you have any requirement as to, if I sell it at price or whatever, make sure you get all the details.
The contract is over January 21st, so.
Yeah, so you have the opportunity to reassess.
I got a question for you, close out of this. I noticed, businesses that want to discuss with nonprofits, how does that fall into, let's say, what you all are doing?
Any business, whether for profit or nonprofit, needs to have bookkeeping and accounting. For nonprofits, it's obviously a little bit different because, the different but the same. I think it is a little bit of a misstatement to say that nonprofits don't want to make money because we need money to do whatever we're doing. But it's not a for-profit business, right? It's to serve whatever the mission is. They can have more complex needs. I was mentioning earlier about earmarked funds, grants that have specific purposes. So similar in concepts, being able to categorize, separate and maintain, but they just may have a different focus. They can sometimes have, different needs. Sometimes they will have people in-house that do some of this, so that's kind of a combination approach. We've experienced that some people outsource they may have specific software needs, or if they're doing something, manually, different lines on their spreadsheets, but the same concept. Right, they still have to be able to account, they still have returns that have to file their 990. They still have very similar requirements. Staff and everything.
When you do audits, and assuming that you do audits, how far back do you go with the records of the company? You're a nonprofit school. So we're hiring with audit. How far back do we have to go with our records?
So we're not CPA, so we don't do audited financials. If we were taking on a new client, for example, would you like to see at least the last 2 years of returns, records, if there are open issues, like if you have open issues with the IRS and you weren't under audit, we would want to have an understanding of what that is. We want to make sure that when required, that there is a CPA in place that we can partner with, right? So for the folks that will need audited financial statements, we need to have a CPA that we can partner with to do the bookkeeping. You don't need, in all instances, your books to be done by a CPA. A lot of people do that because it can be more expensive. It may not be as complex, but if you need audited financial statements, you would need a CPA for that.
I'm not trying to just take that. This is part of your presentation. I think you would be able to explore that CPA.
Yeah, we do offer payroll services using Venmo. So they will set up just one, so however many employees you have, or if you have independent contractors you want to pay. So it's just like when people have their regular job, like you have online portal as an employee, you fill out your same forms, and they direct deposit your paycheck as well payroll tax liability. And then there are obviously W-2s issues, 1099s issues, and then there are what are called information returns, so that returns that go to IRS let them know, hey, we send out these W-2s and we send out these 1099s.
Thank you. I just want to now tell you tax and that
Yeah, we offer individual business tax. So we do not have a tax CPA, but we do have an enrolled agent. An enrolled agent is a different type of tax professional. Yes.
Will you be around to talk to later?
You talk to me as soon as I get my microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, well, happy Kwanzaa. Have you all here, so it is my honor and privilege to announce our next speaker, who is Deborah Dixon Anderson. She's the founder and CEO of Life Goal PR Marketing and Consulting LLC, MWB, headquarters in New York City. Deborah has over 18 years of technology and PR experience, having worked as a publicist, marketing, IT consultant, social media expert, business development and branding strategist, trainer, and public speaking. Let's put our hands together for Deborah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Have you been having a good time?
Yes.
Aren't the speakers phenomenal? Thank you so much. Jasmine and Kate, they were phenomenal. I could tell by all the questions that everybody had. That was wonderful. So before we get too far underway, and I know that they have to leave, we want to make sure we gave out the certificate of appreciation. We'll be doing it throughout the event. So the first one is to Rocky. This next one is for Jasmine. We're gonna take some quick pictures. This one's for Tina. Thank you so much. And it says this is to certify that their exceptional contribution as a speaker and venue. Well, she's a venue partner with Chase for the Kwanzaa Event held at Chase Harlem in New York City on Friday, December 29th. So thank you so much. Just a token of our appreciation. We'll take a quick picture. Over.
Sorry. How y'all ladies doing?
Good, thank you.
20 years ago, there was snow outside.
I know, global warming.
Alright, so I got you 1 second. 1, 2, and this is for
All right.
1, 2, okay, I got it. I didn't have it the first time. Now I got it.
Thank you. We appreciate you and everything. They took time out of their schedule to be here. Rocky and I have been working on this event for 2 months, so, you know, we appreciate everything that Chase has done and you've done, your team and staff. And thank you, Jasmine and Tina, for coming out. We appreciate you so much, so thank you. So before we go, I do my presentation, I want to bring up our wonderful vendors. So you get a chance to introduce yourself, don't be shy. But I will give you the Apollo hook if you go too long. I want to bring you up. So why don't we bring up Edward and Eva first. And they're from Nubian Conservatory of Music, and Eva's with Epic. And so we could bring them up first. Yes. So I'll give you the mic. Let them introduce themselves, and make sure you stop at their table.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Eva Gordon. I'm here as a part of Epic Company. Epic is a nationwide company that promotes wellness and services for homes and businesses to improve our quality of life. We offer hemp-derived CBD products for daily ailments like arthritis and pain relief, for GI issues, just improving your mental health and well-being. We also offer services for improving your credit, reducing your cost for utility bills, actually also working with your urgent health care as well. Our big goal is to really create wealth through business ownership, providing for the average person who wants to earn extra income to reduce wealth through opportunity with our company. So if you still want to keep your job, but add that money to reduce your debt, to save for child's education, or just have money for retirement, or have money to live off now, please see me about that. I have products here for wellness, and definitely want to talk more about that in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm Edward Gordon. I gotta follow my daughter here, if that's okay. I'm representing the Nubian Conservatory of Music. We are a private music school. We offer voice lessons, piano lessons, violin lessons. We have a chamber choir, which is a small choir of about 16 voices. They sing in various languages. You have to audition to get into the chamber choir. You do have to read music because the music is tough. We are open to all students regardless of race, creed, color, religion, but we have told the New York State Board of Regents that we are particularly concerned about young people of African descent, because according to the media, these are the ones that are getting into the most trouble. The bottom line is that we're trying to keep the kids off the streets, out of trouble. We do 2 concerts a year. Our voice students sing in 7 different foreign languages, to include Greek, Latin, Yoruba, etc. The bottom line, and it pains me to say it, if you think back to the fact that at a certain artist's concert, I'll leave names out of it, 10 people were trampled to death, to include a 10-year-old black boy. So that means our country, but especially our community, we have to give our kids some other alternatives, and that's what we're trying to do. None of our students have ever been incarcerated. Our school has been featured on various TV stations, 5, 7, 11, and 12. The choice is yours. You can stand back and say, why are these kids getting in trouble? Or you can get up, give us a donation, go to YouTube or on Instagram, see what we're doing. And the money doesn't have to come to us. It can go to any music school, dance school, whatever. But we've got to do something. I could go on all day about this. I better calm down because this is my passion. But in any event, we are 501c3. We are tax deductible. So if you're looking for something else to write your taxes off on, we are the ones. I might take this over there next to my daughter's table. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Yes, it's all about community and our youth. It's so important. So we have a few other vendors. Our skincare company. Come on up. This is your 30-second pitch. Okay, a minute.
How y'all doing today? I just want y'all to know I didn't prepare a pitch, okay? But I'm still gonna say a little bit about it. My name is Giovanni, and my business over there is Urban Alchemy. I love it. It's like a play on words if you don't know about it. Urban, Herban, URBAN. So part of my company is, up here to mention, is about building generational wealth. I ended up seeing a lot of companies, black-owned brands or PLC-owned brands get bought out by bigger companies or bigger manufacturers, and it's like you start out having a business with good recipes that help people that are vegan, natural, and then they end up, breaking your skin or putting chemicals, alcohol, sulfates and stuff in it. And we don't really pay attention to what that does to the body, but over time, like, you wonder why you have arthritis, or you wonder why you have eczema, psoriasis, why your skin is breaking. But it's because of those ingredients that we put in there. So personally, I was in the military. When I was in the military, I went to basic training. Just not having products that made me feel beautiful. It made me feel like they were going to grow my hair out because they didn't specifically go to my kind of hair, 4C hair, you know what I'm saying? Made me want to actually build a brand for us, by us. And the same thing, like I watched my mom have alopecia or, get little different spots in her head, and it just doesn't make you feel confident. So my brand is to help people feel like themselves, but then also we want to have an apothecary. So we want to build up and actually work with other brands such as Zara, such as Ulta, Whole Foods, etc., to just get that out there to other people, but then also show classes, showing people that they can do it themselves. You don't have to buy it. Everything is pretty natural. You can find it in your community, but it's just all about spreading awareness. But do something as small as cosmetics. Yes.
We got some gifted people in here, so make sure you stop at their table. Last but not least, we got Aita, a wonderful designer. I don't know if you've seen her clothes. Beautiful.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Aita Carmichael. I live here in Harlem. I've been living here for almost 25 years. I'm originally from Senegal, West Africa, and I custom design clothing. So what I do is to solve any clothing or any fashion need that you may have. That we women we always criticize ourselves. Oh, my hair, oh, my belly, oh, I have this. But we're all beautiful. And what we do, the name of the company is Linga Fashion. And Linga means a woman of nobility, a woman full of class, socialites. So what we do is, whatever you have for fashion, when you come see us, we will solve that issue for you. We do men clothes, women clothes, we do fur, we introduced fur this year. So right now I'm working from home. I used to be on 125th between Lenox and 7th, but now I'm working at home until I find another shop.
So if you need anything, if you have any event when you want to stand up, come see us because we'll make it something that we don't have. Thank you.
Our vendor groups, it's all about them. We appreciate them being here, supporting this event, but we need to support them back. So make sure you stop at their booths, it's really important. So I need one of my young people, you know, all of these young people that you see are from the Bronx High School of Science. Adopted our event to come and volunteer. So I need your help coming up here to help me pull up my presentation. Come on up. Don't all come at one time. So we're going to do this one first. Thank you. So I'm hoping to have two microphones. All right, so for those of you who don't know, I'm Deborah Dixon Anderson, founder and CEO of Life OPR, but also Go Wellness Circle. Go Wellness Circle is an initiative that started because of COVID. Remember, back in 2020, we couldn't go anywhere, we had to stay at home. So we started teaching Zumba online, we started doing meditation, we started doing yoga, we did all that online just to keep people engaged and feeling like they're part of a community. And so now we've taken that and we moved it to in-person. And so we believe in health, wellness, fitness. Our 3 pillars that we like to support is breast cancer awareness. I'm a 5-year breast cancer survivor. So we love to support just educating people on how to stay well, how to stay healthy. Toxic relationships, I don't know who I'm talking to, but you know, we just have to be careful and just make sure you're taking care of yourself and putting yourself on the top of the list. And honestly, women have more of an issue with this than men do. Let's just be honest. We take care of everybody. We take care of the world. The other one is Alzheimer's. Very important. My mom was diagnosed with Alzheimer's just before I was diagnosed with breast cancer. So it's like kind of a double whammy. And so that's like a heart-centric awareness for me to definitely teach people about how do you take care of your brain health, how do you stay fit. It's so important, and Black and brown communities get hit with all this stuff at a higher rate than any other culture. So we always have to be mindful of it. Last but not least is food insecurity. I mean, I never thought that I would see in my lifetime people struggling with getting food, but it is a real thing. So we're looking at like adopting schools and starting to work with more schools, especially where kids are going to school, but they're coming from homeless shelters. That is real. That's really happening. Their families are struggling. So we want to find a way to support all of that. And so that's really important. So I'm just going to take a little time to talk about what Athenia and I are doing together. Athenia Rodney and I have known each other through the Brooklyn Chamber for about, her son is 14. When I met Athenia, she was pregnant with that son, who's 14 right now. So we go back. And so she has curated this fantastic Juneteenth NY event that's held in June. It is fantastic. And so I've worked with Athenia, providing media support for that. That is, all of these events that we're curating are leading up to that event. So we have this right here that we're doing Kwanzaa, but we do have Black History Month is coming up. We are doing events for Black History Month as well. We also have, we want to adopt a school for MLK's birthday. And then in March, we have Women's History Month. So if you have signed up on our list, we need your name, email address, cell phone number, whatever information you want to give us, so that we can stay in touch with you. We can let you know what's going on. And we will have vendor opportunities as well. So we just want to make sure that, you know everything that we have going on. So this is Athenia. Like I said, she couldn't be here, but we have pieces of her with her mom. and her brother being here, so I'm so happy that they're here, co-hosting and helping me with this event, because when she told me she couldn't be here, I was like, what? So you want me to host this by myself? You know, so she set back up, and they are fabulous, and I'm so appreciative of them. So you can tap it. We're excited about this partnership between both of us. I've already told you about all the powerful events we want to curate, all about community, all about business, health, wellness, just us partnering together and just as sisters, women of color, working together, because partnership is what it's about. A lot of times we don't want to collaborate with each other. We don't want to work with each other, but we should work with each other. It's really important that we do that, because it's a lot harder these days to bring in business. Everything's a little bit more challenging now, in this kind of post sort of middle COVID season that we're in. So collaboration is really, really important. Yeah, so for me, I talked about, Miss Anita already shared about my background. Go Wellness Serve, I already mentioned, started in the midst of the pandemic, now to 501c3. We partner with the American Cancer Society and the Alzheimer's Association, and it's all about raising awareness and funds. So we do that consistently, so always feel like you can support us, whether you want to volunteer or whether you want to donate. Next slide. So for Juneteenth, Athena's organization is also a 501c3 that became a nonprofit in 2021. Education and empowerment are at the heart of how they service our community. They help businesses create events with a purpose. Their Juneteenth NYC, it's a summit now. Remember when it was a day, it's now, what? It's a summit, and it's been a staple for Black parent entrepreneurs to increase growth through masterminds, book discussions, blogs, presentations, lunch and learns, monthly learning labs, all of that. So Ujamaa Events is a digital event production company and wraparound event, and they curate also all of these events and collaboration. So they do some wonderful, wonderful things. You want to follow us on Juneteenth NY and Light of Gold PR. Make sure you stay connected to us. This is everything that we've done. These are all pictures of the events that we put together. Some are mixed in with Juneteenth and with some of our events, but they're all about community, all about keeping people connected, providing resources. It's all about that for us. So why should you partner with us? If any of you have businesses, know anybody that has a business, you want to have them reach out to us, because we believe in aligning your brand with thought leadership. Both of us are coaches, business coaches, consultants, speakers, so we try to help your business grow, and your success is our success. It's not just about us, it's about we. So it's really important, highly visible marketing. You see what I just did? How many events do you go to where the vendors are brought up to the front? Not that many, right? Think about it. How we know this, both Athena and I, where we vend at places, we know what it feels like to be window dressing. And then let's keep it real, right? We want the vendors to be part of the experience. We want them to win. We want them to get exposure. And we promote them on all of our digital platforms, which really has collectively between the two of us, 50,000 or more followers and people that we're connected to. Engagement to your target market, customer connections, and leads for your business. So I just want to make sure I said that before we ended. And so this is all of our contact information. Again, if you signed up, then we're good. And so that's a good thing. So this slide. Okay.
I need something to rest now.
Okay, so
That's what like that.
Alright, so I'm quickly going to go through my presentation very quickly. All right, need a young person, come up here, come on, let's go. They need stuff to do, right? All right, thank you. All right, so, so make sure Juneteenth, we're trying to engage as many people as we can, because it's a summit, it's a tremendous event that you want to be part of. It has so many different layers to it. We have vendor opportunities there too, as well as other ways to partner and be part of the event. So you definitely want to connect with us around Juneteenth. It's not too early to do that, even though it's in June. So you want to reach out to us for that. So my presentation, go back a slide, is really about how you run and start a business while prioritizing your health and wellness. So many of us next slide. So many of us are on our hustle, right? We don't have time to go to the doctor. We don't have time to rest. We don't have time, and trust me, when you don't get that time, and I can tell you this from experience, because back in 2017, I heard those fateful 4 words, you have breast cancer, and all of a sudden, the woman that didn't have time and go have treatment. So wouldn't it be better to be proactive and go ahead and make time? Put yourself at the top of the list, not the bottom of the list, the top of the list. You have to put yourself up there. So we'll speak to this, although we've already shared about. Okay, let's stop here and go back on. So these are just some statistics. I know we're running short on time, so stress and mental health. I don't know about all of you, but PTSD is real, okay? It's a real thing. I think a lot of us are dealing with a lot more anxiety than we ever have, ever. So make sure you're taking that time to relax, meditate, walk in the park, be around nature, exercise. I'm a huge gym rat and Zumba, so always working out, always at the gym. I love it. It makes me feel so good. So find something that you can do consistently, and think about becoming a kid again. You know, think about what was it that you loved to do back in the day, and you can do that again, right? And then and guess what? It won't feel like a schlep, like you're just like, oh God, I don't want to do this. It has to be something that you look forward to. So make sure you do that. So physical health challenges, a 2018 study published in Small Business Economics revealed that entrepreneurs are more likely to have poor self-rated health compared to non-entrepreneurs. Approximately 20%, 22% of entrepreneurs reported poor health, while the rate of non-entrepreneurs was 30%. It's not good. Burnout. You can get burned out in corporate America too, working at these jobs. Unfortunately, I'm just going to put it out there, deal with microaggressions, prejudice, sexism, all the stuff that we deal with that maybe might be a little bit more front and center. We deal with day in, day out, and then that piles on to all the stress that we're dealing with. So what can you do about that? Sometimes you have to make a decision. Have an exit strategy. Maybe it's something that you don't need to be at that doesn't respect your decisions, or the fact that you need a break, that you need to take some time off. So you have to start thinking about what you want to do. Go to the next one. So burnout, decision making. How do you think when you're stressed out? What kind of decisions do you make? Not good, right? Bad decisions. Your decision making changes. Whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you work someplace, those decision-making abilities can be affected by chronic stress. And what's chronic stress? That's a situation that you've been sitting in, not for days, not for weeks, not for months, but sometimes for years. You know it's got to change. You told your best girlfriend, you told whoever, your family members, but yet you stay in it. Why? It's making you sick. It's making you sick. Okay? So think about that. Employee productivity, company culture, all of that. Leaders, as a leader, your well-being, your physical health. How do you perform well at work? How can you if you're stressed out? And maybe the job is what's stressing me out, so maybe that needs to change. But whatever it is, you have to make these decisions to change. So long-term business sustainability, while there may not be a specific statistic directly linking leader health to business success, various studies, including a review of the Harvard Business Review, emphasize the importance of leadership well-being for long-term success, long-term working. So what should you do? These are some tips for everybody. Prioritize sleep.
Yes.
I don't sleep enough. I know I have insomnia. It's bad. So I know I have to sleep. So you have to have a sleep ritual. How many of you have sleep rituals? You have a sleep ritual? What does that consist of? Ooh, he's raising his hand. I love that. What's the sleep ritual, Miss Anita?
Okay, just before you go to sleep, you take a cup of tea, kind of relax.
I like that.
Yes.
Cup of tea to relax you, to come down. Anybody else have a sleep ritual? What's the sleep ritual? Oh, okay, what is it?
Meditate.
Meditate. Yes, I love that. I love that.
I read my Bible before I go to sleep.
Yes, yes, that's great. And doesn't it put you in the zone?
Yeah, I'm watching TV. It's things light, funny, light-hearted. Nothing
Yes.
serious. It's whatever light.
Yeah, because the news is stressful.
Yes.
The news is stressful. So you need to have a diet away from the news because it's very stressful. So the other thing is just making sure that you're calming yourself. You're turning off your phone. I know it's hard, but you got to do that more than once. So it's ugly. But it's like turning off your phone at least an hour or two before you go to sleep has to happen. Right? Schedule regular breaks. How many of you take breaks throughout the day? Yes, very good. Breaks throughout the day. Healthy nutrition. How's that? Healthy nutrition, balanced meals. How many of you are having fast food on the run? Don't lie. Fast food is convenient. I gotta go. Chop, chop. Are you staying hydrated? Are you drinking water? Water. Yes, water. You gotta drink some water. Any regular exercise and fitness? Very good, very good. Tell me, what are you doing for fitness? What are you doing?
I do step.
Every
Saturday I read a
Every Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Yoga.
Yoga, nice. Yoga's awesome.
I stretch before I
Yes.
shower.
Yes.
I know I'm gonna do it.
Stretching is wonderful. That is awesome. Yes.
I actually dance like you do. I do step to actually be my exercise.
Yeah,
Step,
yeah.
combination of stepping on the actual.
Yes. I love it.
I'm a Zumba girl.
Yes, me too.
And 4 times a week, you have stretching, everything to do with the hands and legs. And we
Yes.
have to go to Senior Citizen Adult Center.
Yes.
And on Friday, we have Zumba.
Yes.
On Thursday, we have sit-down yoga. I don't like sit-down.
Yeah, you don't like it? Yes. Everybody has some fitness. Yes. And if you don't, think about starting with one day and work up to. Start somewhere, okay? Start somewhere. Make fitness a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. If you follow me on social media, you'll see me at some Zumba class, some cycling class, do it. Regular health checkup, how many of you have that? Regular health, okay, so this right here, regular health checkup, needs to be put on your calendar right now. For next year, 2024, what are they? Put them on your calendar right now, have it pop up in your phone, have it look. If you need a visual, put a wall calendar up, make sure you do that, but you got to do it. It has to be top, not bottom, top. And you know what? My doctor, 7 years ago, she told me, she said, you changed 3 appointments with me. 3. And I think about that because it's like, did I go from stage 1 to 2 during that time for breast cancer because I just kept postponing it. I kept postponing it. So think about that. Top of the list, not the bottom. Okay, you got to do that. Regular checkup, time management, You gotta do it. Work-life balance, I'm gonna like speed through a lot of this. Allocate time for hobbies and family and relaxation. You can't just stay like have tunnel vision, only do one thing. It's just not good. Just kind of diversify it a little bit. Stay connected with people on your network. Technology detox. How many of you need that? Sometimes I need that. Technology detox. Isn't it good to keep learning?
Yeah.
How about learning something new? Learning something new. You know how we just don't want to learn anything new. We're not happy with what we already know. But sometimes mixing up and learning something new is a good thing. So that's just really, really important. Delegate responsibilities. Sometimes you have to do that. You have a team, trust them. I talk to a lot of business owners, a lot of leaders that feel like I can do better than they can, so I'm going to do it myself. What's the point of having them? Because now you have a team and you're not even allowing them to do what they can do for you. So you have to trust, and guess what? It may not be how you would do it, but sometimes they do it better than you would do it. I had to learn that lesson myself working with so many young people. I'm like, oh, they did this a lot faster than I would have done. You know, so it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Release it, right? All right, so we're going to skip through all of this. If you go to our websites, both Live and Gold PR, and we have a bunch of events that are just coming up. Again, February, Black History Month, we're planning another event for February. And it's just so important for us to just keep connected, to learn things. We do a lot of stuff online. So if we're in a part of the city that maybe we can't get to, what we do Lunch and Learns on the Juneteenth NY platform. I do a Marketing Monday every other Monday. Do a Wellness Wednesday every other Wednesday. We take these topics, we get these experts in, and we talk about, all of this that you need to learn about. But guess what? We also provide resources. We have a way that you can think about things a little bit differently. Resources, connections. And you don't necessarily always have to go to a live event. You can come and join us online. Again, make sure you're on the list. And so it's really important. I wanted to shout out my good friend Parnell Cena because he's helped me connect with this community to promote this event. So thank you so much for being here. Dallas Lee Bell, I haven't seen him in years, and reached out to me. So this being here in this space, being here in this community, has reconnected me with people that I've known for a long time. They're like, you doing something in Harlem? Okay. This is who you need to call. And so I love that. I love that. And so my second mom, Miss Lily, is here with the daughter. And so my mom's best friends. I'm just so happy for everybody who's here in the room. Any questions? Because I know I have to wrap it up. Yes.
I just want to say that I'm happy to be here. I found you all during COVID and during a Kwanzaa. Juneteenth, and I've just been following you all, and it's my first time seeing you in person.
Oh, it's so great!
I didn't drive now. I took the train from Connecticut.
Wow. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, we appreciate that. Any other questions?
When you partner with other businesses, are there certain services, I guess like the marketing, the PR, do you strategize with the company, kind of sort of like do a plan of action for them? I have a festival that's, this is going to be our 21st year this year, and we produced jazz on Governor's Island. But I just saw last year it just wasn't, the funding wasn't coming about.
That's right. Yeah, so part of the partnerships is we basically try to share and leverage our zone of genius. That's what both Athena and I have done, because we're so much stronger together. And so a lot of times all of us have all of these wonderful skill sets, and the funding is getting harder to get, the money is drying up. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm just gonna say it like it is. You know anybody that got any money? But it's just one of those situations where it's harder for us now. So we have to learn how to collaborate. And frankly, our Black and brown communities, our African Americans don't do as good a job with that. We don't trust each other. Look, there's ways to get around that. Get a contract. We have a contract. I mean, those are the types of things that you do to get prepared. So what we look at is when we partner with somebody, do you have all the certain things in place? Because even with getting these vendors, we love all of y'all. You don't have a loan.
Right. Yeah, that's.
When you don't have a loan, Katani can tell you. She's been working with me for 8 years now. We freak out when you don't have a logo because now we can't put your brand out there. 9 times out of 10, our consulting business will I need one. So guess what? 6 months later, there's an event like this.
Yeah.
What's your logo? Okay, so there's certain brand identity stuff you need to have in place, so we can help you get that in place. You know, both Athena and I both work with businesses, and we coach and we mentor, and we have coaching programs, and so we want to be able to work with other companies that we can help, you know, for a reasonable fee monthly. And we work together, we have these calls, both of us have all of these online platforms, and we help other people. But you have to be able to be willing to learn and do something different, because I hear it a lot, especially with our OGs, our older guys. I already did that. I did that. What was that? What'd you do? Oh, it was 10 years ago. That was not yet. If it wasn't yesterday or last week, we ain't talking about that anymore. So being open, I had to learn how to do that. Being open to new things and new ways of doing things is important. And Chase, our shop now, Chase, because I graduated from their program to learn about credit and finances and stuff. So they work with people here, and I graduated right here about 3 or 4 months ago from a program. And think about it, I've been in business for 17 years. The first thing that we think is, what can I learn here? What can you teach me? And when you get jaded like that, you're in trouble. It's being jaded. Okay, let's be honest about it. If you can't learn anything new, you may as well just go to sleep. Just go somewhere. Just go somewhere. Because seriously, always be open to learning and collaborating. Not everybody is good to collaborate with, and we understand that. I've been burned like you have. But when you find the right people, and it could be a small amount, it's powerful, it's mighty. You know, so it's so important to have that tribe around you, that community, and you stick with them, and then you can grow together. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are going to take a quick break. Get up, walk around, talk to each other, connect with each other. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Good. Thank you so much for coming.
Follow us on all social media platforms at Deja Vu 151 ST, as in Sam Thomas. Again, it's Deja Vu 151 ST. Hello, my name is Charles, owner of Deja Vu Haitian Fusion Restaurant in Harlem. One, if not the only Haitian restaurant in Harlem. It's an idea that came about over the last few years. I was born in Harlem, and I'm Haitian. And we're located on 301 West 151st Street between 8th Avenue and Bradhurst. It's an opportunity to taste the cultures and flavors of Haiti in an intimate, fun environment. Hopefully you guys try it out.
To the CEO of Juneteenth NYC, Emoji Day. Give it up if you can. Okay, thank you so much for being here and taking time to join us for this celebration. It's my honor and privilege to introduce our next performer. She's Alicia Foxworth. She's the Media and Marketing Communication graduate from Florida and Virginia State University. Has notable credits in both TV and stage production. Actively involved in producing. She contributes to projects like the Brownstone Steps Play Festival and participates in festivals such as NY Winterfest and the National Black Theater Festival. Alicia receives awards including the 2023 NY League of Independent Theaters Cafe Cine Award of the 2016 BF Free Awards for Brooklyn Free Speech TV. Can we just put our hands together for Alicia? Please welcome her.
Thank you all for coming out on today, and happy Kwanzaa to all. I will be reading a monologue from a new work in development entitled The Last Rise of Akhenaten. It is, oh, am I muted?
I'll just put it there.
It is the 18th dynasty in Egypt, and the Karnak funerary complex is the largest religious center in the ancient world, ably run by Egypt's priesthood. Just 5 years into the reign of Amenhotep IV, the high priest is informed that the king is changing his name to Akhenaten. He later institutes worship of a new sun god, the Aten, throughout all of Egypt. He later institutes this unrest and in the development of the priesthood to become unemployed. When the pharaoh moves the shrine and all other operations to a new location, making Karnak and the high priest a distant memory, can the high priest save Karnak? Scene 1. The high priest stands before the altar of Amun-Ra at the temple. Behind him leads out to the open courtyard. Beams of new morning light stream through the temple. He pours water into the canal around the altar, then lights the fire, unrolls the scroll. He is reading, worshiping. Great Amun, receive this our offering at your grand rising, knowing that you have subdued the serpent and navigated the underworld. Or did you navigate the underworld to subdue the serpent? Oh, yeah. You subdued the serpent and navigated the underworld to bring us your light once again. Let this water travel throughout all Egypt as a show of your great care and protection. Father of deities, it is not lost on me that you choose this high priest, your humble servant, to stand in the place of all Egyptians before all the gods. May the deceased be at your side. This is the best part of my day. It's so quiet in the morning. That is until the lesser priest rise. At least she has my herbs. Yeah, lesser priest, come, thank you. I am communing with the great Amun. May the people know I am their great benefactor, marshaling them into the afterlife. It is what I do. It is why Karnak is infused into every aspect of the Egyptian way of life. When people need a funerary crypt, they come to me. A shrine, the fashioning of gold to adorn their faces so they can be recognized in the afterlife. Which, if that widow was any example, great improvement. She would have been rolling the next life for eternity. Such delicate work, deserving of honor and respect, to be overlooked by none. It is what makes me a leader to the leaderless. Not the least of which is the very green, newly ascended to the throne, Amenhotep. Yes, like the underworld, he can be dark sometimes. I can't imagine a god in Egypt that wasn't pleased with the offering I brought before the king's coronation. And yet, I didn't even have a seat at the pharaoh's banquet table. But you, oh Amun, are light for my journey, just a counsel. In fact, it's time for my meeting with little Amenhotep. He is still getting accustomed to the ways of being and doing in our empire. But I must not go empty-handed. Yeah. Bring me those herbs again, Lesser Priest. Maybe some of these herbs will make a relaxing tea for us to enjoy, to add to a glass of wine or a bowl of molokhia soup. Prepare it and bring it to the chamber right away. There is no time to waste in educating the young pharaoh about the wealth of resources that flow through the temple at Karnak. I have a number of ideas that need to be addressed, and the present gold reserves are just not enough for what lay ahead. A new pharaoh wants to have a reasonably successful reign. He had better learn that quickly. When I am announced, I enter bearing gifts in hand. Grand rising, great pharaoh. May I present some of our finest libations, aged just for you. As if his gentle palate would even know the difference. No response. Oh, he speaks. How's that, great pharaoh? You want me to bow in your presence? He knows I have sciatica. But I did the deed, one knee at a time, until eventually I was on the ground. In my brand new robe, mind you. Anyway. My Lord and great Pharaoh of Upper and Lower Egypt, on whom the Lord and rays of Amun-Ra do rest, you are the embodiment of light. And that's what it happened. Says he was authorizing a new shrine to a new god, the Aten, and that he would no longer be called the great Pharaoh Amenhotep, that he would now be referred to as great Pharaoh Akhenaten. And just like that, he changed his name. You don't see the first wife changing her name. Nefertiti, beautiful, a beautiful woman that has come. But no, today he honors the new God. Didn't even consult the priesthood. And I think I could handle it until he said, any priest that does not bow will lose his status, and we will seize the treasury at Karnak. This is a state for the one true God. One? Did you say one? Maybe we put too many herbs in the wine. Surely this was about a power grab, because he knows I stand in the place of all the gods for all of Egypt. Such insolence. If Egypt becomes a one-God government, there will be no need for a high priest. I have to play this right. If I don't, he will become God to the people. We can't have just one God. It's bad for this case. But I am somewhat reassured by the additional gold reserves we received to create the new shrine. It stands to reason that I would oversee such operations. That is until our next meeting. I guess you are wondering why I invited you into my presence today. I have decided to shut down the temple at Karnak. Why, I asked. This was his answer. I am the embodiment of the Aten. All of Egypt worships the sun when they worship me. And there is no need for the other gods. Besides, any man seeking safe passage to the afterlife must come through me anyway. It was all a ruse. He did not care that the economy is heavily centered around the complex at Karnak. His solution to this newfound Godhead was to create a new capital city, a new palace, and a new temple to the Aten. I was authorized enough gold to furlough the priests. And since Karnak is furnished and financed by the royal treasury, what was I to do? As for me, I was told to enjoy retirement and that village workers will now support construction solely at the new capital city. Appetizers. So original. But what he did not know was that such a move would disrupt the Egyptian way of life. Our very culture reveres many gods for all the wonders they represent, of nature, of beauty, the world. It is universal. It has always been my job, my responsibility to steer our people to the world hereafter. Now I no longer have such obligation. And the priesthood will not take this lying down, not without effect. He was oblivious to the possibility of waging war with the priests. Over the next few years, we suffered his poor decisions, a new capital, still under construction, I might add, routing our budgets to Appetizers, bleeding us dry until now. And we're the financial risk? Please. And no, the priesthood did not close its doors. But our battles were weighing heavy on us. O gods of Egypt, your high priest does invoke your presence to aid and to intervene at our time of great need. Lest all I have built in your service be lost. There can be no greater calamity. We beg for your resolution. It was around this time that my lesser priest entered with a new tray of herbs. She says to me, just met with the trader from Hunt. I got this beautiful lotus flower, high priest. I wanted to plant some behind the temple so I can use it for those nice Egyptian ladies going through the chain. Just boil a few petals to calm the body down. But be careful, she says. Don't take too much. It could kill you. Oh, great old move! I tell her, Lesser priest, you just may graduate from priesthood and training after all. Listen, carefully brew a pot immediately. Call my friends at the royal kitchen and tell them I will need them to incorporate this tea at the king's dinner table this evening and every evening to come. Hurry, go! After the last rising of Akhenaten, we can get back to normal. It can't get any worse than this. End of scene. Thank you.
You can do better than that. Absolutely. we have to feel it in the moment. And it's like very expression. I totally enjoyed that. Okay, with that said, we are gonna continue to bring to your attention that Ms. Athena Rodney from Juneteenth NYC.com. Those of you that's not familiar, please go on the website. You can register. We have Juneteenth, we'll be celebrating its 14th year, and they're looking for volunteers. If you're a vendor, this is where you can sign in, and there are plenty other activities that people can partake in. If you're a performer and such, please do so. So go online, check out www.juneteenthNYC.com. And let's not forget my co-host, who is just so extraordinary, Deborah Dixon Anderson. So our next performer, Rakia Anderson. Am I pronouncing it right? Okay, Rakia Anderson, a seasoned dancer from New York, founded Urban Dance Opportunity to empower talented urban youth. Leveraging her extensive connection, the program has provided opportunities for dancers in prestigious events, commercials, and collaborations. Raika continues to be bright, bridging the gap, showcasing urban dancers on a broad stage. So I don't know if you're familiar with the jumpies, but please put your hands together. Okay, so let's go back to it. So they're going to be joining us shortly, and it's a sight to see, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy yourself. And it's like, so, this is a cultural event. Most of it originated with the jumpies from Trinidad, if anyone's culturally aware. And to see the talents done on stilts and everything that can be done on that. I remember when my children were younger. I'm a mother of 4. Athena is my eldest, my queen. She makes her mother very proud. Okay, and I am so proud to stand here representing her. Okay, so just a little bit about the jumbies. As they come in, my children used to do this. 6 foot stilts, they used to scare me to death. But the thing about it is that they teach you how to fall so that you don't injure yourself. But it's a cultural beautification. So just put your hands together as we call to have the jumbies come in. And this is Rakia Anderson. Kwanzaa! Happy Kwanzaa! Hey! Hey!
here. Y'all picture yourself on it. Maybe in your younger days. Oh, okay. I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. So our next performer will be Nation of One Family. The Nation of One Family, a collective of families with a long-standing tradition of commemorating Kwanzaa for over 3 decades, expresses enthusiasm for the forthcoming Kwanzaa event. This group eagerly anticipates the opportunity to share in celebration and contribute to the occasion through educational presentation. Please put your hands together for the Nation of One Family. We're members of a nation of one. Okay, we're going to share with you some information about Kwanzaa. It's good to see everybody here. But, anybody know who started Kwanzaa?
Professor Maulana Karanga.
Professor Maulana Karanga, correct. He started in 1966. He thought enough of his people that he created a holiday that would do some good for us. Dr. Maulana Karanga created Kwanzaa, a 7-day cultural festival that celebrates family, community, and culture. It begins December 26th and January 1st. It joins humanitarian values. For example, respect your cultural values, community values. For example, respect your elders, practices from the continent, where the beginning of civilization began, African American culture. During the holiday, families and communities organize around the 7 principles, which is referred to as the Nguzo Saba. Nguzo Saba consists of 7 principles. First one, everybody, Umoja. Repeat, Umoja. Umoja, unity. Second principle, Kujichagulia. Self-determination. Right. Ujamaa. Collective work and responsibility. Ujamaa. Cooperative Economics. Kumba. Creativity. Nia. Purpose. Imani. Faith. So participants celebrate a feast which is called the Karamu. They have music, dance, poetry, and narratives, and end the holiday with a day of reflection and talking about the 7 principles. Today I want to share with you information about a nation of one. 31 years ago, on South Oxford Street in Brooklyn, New York, our family celebrated our first Kwanzaa. We have a picture here with the first Kwanzaa. Not the first Kwanzaa, yeah, just take it up there and hold it up so they can see it. You take the tape off. 31 years ago on South Oxford Street in Brooklyn, New York, our family celebrated our first Kwanzaa at Georgie's house, aka Coogee apartment. Our families came together. Beard's family, Murphy, Brunson, Frost, Hill, Kennedy, McAllister, McGoy, Monroe, and Vassal. We named ourselves a nation of one. Each year, the families would alternate representing a principal and which family was in charge to host at their homes. We did that for a while. Then we passed it down to our children to lead. We outgrew our homes, where we now have to meet at a rented location. When COVID hit, we had it on Zoom. Now it's up to our children to carry it on. Next in line is Michael and Leon, who are 7, Kaylee, who's 5, and Mila, who is 2. I want to share with you some of the symbols and important parts of Kwanzaa. Anybody here celebrate Kwanzaa?
Yes.
Okay. I hope we all learn to strive to and don't be scared by the words, because it's definitely something beneficial. Okay, they're gonna bring the table. Kwanzaa first forces you to be creative, because there's not a lot of stuff out here. One of the items on the table is the makika. That's a mat, which represents, it's usually made of straw, but it represents our foundation. We all need a strong foundation. So I made my own mat, okay? Then we have the kikombe cha umoja, that's the unity cup. We have the mazeo, which are fruits and vegetables, which represents a symbol of the harvest. And then we have muhindi, which are ears of corn for the number of children in the household. So I have 4 here, there's 4 children left within our families. And don't let me forget the canaro. Sometimes it's really hard to find a canaro. But when I started a while ago, I went to my local hardware store, they hooked me up. I made my own canaro. Took a piece of wood, they screwed it in, I don't know, this kind of copper pipe, and I have my own canaro. So if you can't find one, you can make your own. Each day, we greet with Habarogani. We did that, today is Ujamaa, Cooperative Economics. That's really important. And that means what's the news? Each day you light a candle. The first candle that's lit is the black one. That candle represents our pride. We have to remain and keep pride in ourselves. Then we have the red candle to remember our struggles. It's important to remember the struggle. Remember, so you don't repeat a lot of things. The third one is the green for hopes and our dreams. So you light the black one first, the first day, then the red one, then the green one, then you alternate red and green. On the 6th day, the caramel feast, the giving of swadi, gifts. Good friends come over, eat, and play music. We used to make gifts on some of the days and give them out. A lot of meaningful gifts that help people grow and learn. And on the final day, we light all 7 candles, which is called the Mishuma Saba. So today, my husband and I'm Sharon, this is her. We're going to share some of the principles with you and some of the things that, the principles mean to us. The first principle is
Umoja. I got big mouth. Umoja. But before I start on my principle, Umoja, which means unity, just to tell you something a little bit more about Dr. Karanga that wasn't in the statement that Sharon read. I saw live Dr. Karanga, I don't know how many people in here from Brooklyn, but at the old Slave Theater on Fulton off of Bedford, Walter Maddox, the legendary Walter Maddox, who passed away several months ago, used to run it. But Dr. Karanga was there, so I not met him personally, but went to hear him speak at the Slave Theater. Dr. Karanga is a black nationalist. Dr. Karanga loves black people. And he also, a lot of y'all might not know, gave the mission statement for the Million Man March. He was at the march, he spoke, but he didn't give the mission statement. I don't know of first of all, the 7 principles are very important because the old way that we follow is not working for us. We just had Christmas and everything. I'm not trying to take away anybody's Christmas or anybody's Jesus, but remember, there's nothing in the Bible that says Jesus was born on December the 25th. So my point in making that statement is Kwanzaa is real. These are basic principles that are not only important for our salvation, but they're principles that are based in truth that we can abide by every day, not just celebrating Santa Claus once a year or Thanksgiving once a year, which is basically celebrating the annihilation of the Native Americans. Some of y'all, I guess, but myself included, have Blackfoot Indian in us.
So, you know, sometimes we gotta watch what we celebrate because it could be counterproductive to our being. So we gotta keep an eye out on that. One of the things I love to do, I wish there was more young people here, was talking about Easter. The kids, okay, you want me to go see? Well, she must be moving on. Emoji. Umoja means unity. I think this might be the most important principle for us. There might be a reason why Dr. Karanga listed Umoja, unity, as the first principle. We've tried everything but unifying. And I think the oppressor is afraid, fears our unity. We've tried everything else. And I think Umoja is important for us as a people because it brings all the other principles together, I feel. One couple of quick examples of Umoja is, how many of y'all familiar with Byron Allen? Yeah. Byron Allen is a billionaire. A lot of people that look like us have money. But when it happened, Judge Mathis was terminated off of the Judge Mathis show. You know, they just let him go. In the past, we had nobody to pick him up. But because Byron Allen owns a TV station, Byron Allen picked it up. So see, that's a form of unity. One of the things I wish our kids got to know better of is the Black Panthers and what they was about. Black Panthers, it may sound a little vile and whatnot, but Black Panthers were not a violent group. You had to be highly educated to be in the Black Panthers. And what they did is they helped the Black community. Yeah. But J. Edgar Hoover saw things differently because of his fear of unity. Did you know that it was against the law for 3 or more Black people to stand on the corner at one time? There was a law about that. So you can see that unity can be important. And that's my principle of Umoja.
Thank you very much. Fuji Chakalia. Say Fuji Chakalia. Fuji Chakalia. Fuji Chakalia, self-determination, build up a child, build up the whole nation. Right. Right up, y'all. We have an open mic spoken word, so I don't know. When I think of self-determination, I think some people send me sayings, and I keep the ones that are important, I think we could use. And one of the sayings is, wrong is wrong, even if everyone is doing it. Right is right, even if no one is doing it. And we need to practice that philosophy, especially you talked about the young people. Sometimes your friends may be doing something that you know is not right, and you have to determine for yourself to do what's right. So you always have to have self-determination. And the next principle is Ujamaa, collective work and responsibility. Solve our community problems together. That reminds me of, not too long ago, there was this fentanyl problem in our community, in our world. And they were dropping fentanyl in the park. But the parents got together and they cleaned up that park. They got together, you should always complain and go to the authorities, but in the meantime, we have to get together and do what's best for our community. So I think that's an example of collective work and responsibility. Anybody else have an example of collective work and responsibility? Food co-ops. Sometimes it's hard to find fresh fruit and vegetables in your community or find things. Prices are going up. You might have to get together and buy a whole cow if you eat one. If you eat that, you know what I'm saying? Or just, get together and buy things, yes? The community gardens. The community gardens, definitely. Collective work, yes?
I put some time and do community give back.
Yeah.
Late night.
Definitely, that's definitely important. That reminds me, just recently, an organization I'm with, the Crib, we came around and we gave out hot meals to people. You'd be surprised how many people don't get a hot meal. So we have to practice Ujamaa, not just on the 27th or the 28th. We need to practice it all year long. The next principle is Ujamaa, Cooperative Economics. That's supporting each other's businesses, buying from each other, hiring each other. I have a business that's called Word Up Cafe, Open Mic Spoken Word Cafe. It's been around for 7 years, and it's because of Cooperative Economics that I've made it thus far. But we have to continue to do that, to support our own, support each other. And then after Ujamaa is no, Kuumba. What comes next? We did Cooperative Economics and then Kuumba, right? Creativity. So we have to be creative in solving our problems and addressing things that need to be addressed. The way I started the cafe was, I think, kind of creative. It was a math lesson. I was teaching, and I wanted to teach the children math in a way that they could remember. So I let them convert the classroom into a cafe. That worked out so well. I did it for 10 years, where I converted the library into a cafe where they were the managers, waiters, waitresses, etc. And we used the money. We didn't have any instruments in our school. So that's the way we got instruments in our school. I made it open mic and spoken word because a lot of times you hear about a lot of violence. Sometimes if you can get that stuff off your chest verbally, you're less likely to be violent. That's one of my community endeavors, creative endeavor. Another one is this. I told you that a Nation of One, we celebrated Kwanzaa for over 31 years. And this is something I created to help us remember our roots, our ancestors, and I'll explain the picture to you. This illustration, I started working on it about 10 years ago. It demonstrates the progression of our Nation of One. This year, in the face of COVID, I realized that I needed to finish this because life changes so quickly. So I decided to finally finish. I've been working on it for 10 years. It is a tree that starts with our roots, which are in Africa. Oftentimes, we are made to feel ashamed of our roots. The green grass around it represents new growth. As long as we nurture our roots, we will continue to grow. It's important to nurture your roots. Thank God for your ancestors. The center of the tree represents our parents who nurtured and supported us. The red is for their blood that runs through our veins. The branches are many of us in a Nation of One today, and our offspring. The names in purple are the ones who've gone on to glory. The green leaves are the new growth, the children who are expected to carry this tradition on. The principles are in the clouds, raining on us as a constant reminder to nurture our actions from day to day. The sun represents our faith in God, reminding us that with God, all things are possible. So that's what I created to remind us to think about those things and always practice the principles as much as possible. So without further ado, come back to Mr. Frost and he will tell us about Nia.
Nia, which means purpose. So what is one's purpose in life? Why are you here? And I submit to everyone in this room is that getting to know yourself, where you come from who you come from. We wasn't our history didn't start with slavery. It started way before anybody. Matter of fact, there's no timetable when our existence started. But we come from a people of kings and queens. But remember, unlike others, we were kidnapped. We didn't come here voluntarily or anything else. We were kidnapped. We were brought here, stripped of our name and culture. But we do have a purpose of being here, and that's what we have to obtain. What is our purpose for being here? One, I always tell young people who I always prefer to talk to, when you ever have a question, always question the motive. Question, why are they banning books? Mm-hmm. Why are they taking Black history out of the classrooms? Mm-hmm. Why are they doing it and why are they doing it now? Maybe there's something that you know that we need to get to know in who we are and what our purpose is in this society. But that's because we expect our kids to learn in this school. But we send our kids, how do you expect the people who don't treat you right to teach you right? So what you gotta do is you gotta teach your own kids what you don't know and get to learn so you can learn our kids and watch our kids prosper and be better citizens that we can be proud of. Nia, purpose, thank you.
And the final principle, which is Imani, faith, Mr. Frost. The final one, faith.
Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things unseen.
That's it.
When y'all leave out of here, make a right. And you'll see a big statue in front of the state building. That is the legendary great Adam Clayton Powell. I have to tell y'all some stories. You just got to give me 2 minutes about it, because I know a lot of y'all don't know. So if she cuts me off, I'm going to keep on talking. My father retired from the Manhattanville station on the other end on the west side. My father met Adam Clayton Powell, because Powell, he wasn't your jackleg preacher that hit everything, but was sinning, or so-called sinning. Powell, my father met Powell when Powell came to the Cotton Club with his robe on. Because what he used to do, his motto is, don't shop where you can't work. And what made him famous was, keep the faith, baby. You'll see that on the station. Keep the faith, baby. And what Powell used to do, Powell used to sit at the bar, pull out his Cuban cigars, drink his Johnny Walker bread. This is what my father was telling me. And flirt with every woman that passed by. So a lot of people took offense to that, because he wasn't one of the holier, the so-called holier than thou preachers. But Powell was real, and his work is legendary, what he did to black people. Quickly, when Powell, anybody in here work in the telephone company? You're in the telephone company, not necessarily because y'all smart, but because of Adam Clayton Powell. Powell's motto, what he would do, he would take the congregation, he went to the telephone company. What do you want, Mr. Powell? I want my people to work. But the telephone company back then wouldn't hire black and Latino people. Powell said, I want my people to work. They said, well, we don't hire black and Latino people. Powell came back to Abyssinian Church where he presided. And Powell told his people, we don't want to get our telephones cut off. But what we'll do, we're going to pay our bills in pennies. The volume became so overwhelming, they came back to Powell and said, what do you want? He said, I want my people to work. That's why you in the telephone. Right now. Unity was that incident we saw several months ago in Alabama when they jumped that brother.
Yeah.
And when you see a brother turn his head around, look down, going down. And that was a form of unity. And that's why my son was born.
So that's some of our spin on the principles. No, that was it.
Oh, yeah, I was hiding everything. I get excited.
Keep the faith.
Oh, yes. I'm looking forward to that. You'll find it.
And we kind of want to sum it up. What are the benefits of Kwanzaa? Why celebrate Kwanzaa? So being in that spoken word place, I decided to write a small poem. But you guys have to help me out. Okay. You're going to say, celebrate Kwanzaa because. And then I'm going to say something, you're going to say it. Let's start it off. Celebrate Kwanzaa because. Practicing the principles of Kwanzaa daily will enhance our lives. Celebrate Kwanzaa because. It reinforces the principles we should use as a guide for our life. Celebrate Kwanzaa because. It is a foundation that can educate our people in stability. Celebrate Kwanzaa because. It gets you closer to family and friends. Celebrate Kwanzaa because. We come together as a family and celebrate our culture. Celebrate Kwanzaa because. It shapes the mind of our people to stimulate growth in life and allows future generations to prosper. Celebrate Kwanzaa because. We can use the 7 principles of Kwanzaa as a guide scope for our salvation in America.
Celebrate Kwanzaa because.
Thank you very much. Anybody has any questions? I know sometimes it may seem daunting to do it, but everybody can start in their own house. Yes?
It's not just really a question, but I also would like to say to your husband, and when you do talk about how, always remember too, that he was married to the late, great Hazel Scott. And all of our young people need to know what a prodigy, pianist, actress, she stood up to Hollywood. And she said, my people are not going to be wearing no aprons and all that. They blackballed her in Hollywood. But she was a phenomenal pianist. She was married to African.
Great man.
What do they call them first? The great woman? That's
Behind every great man is a great woman.
What do they call that woman? What do they call that woman?
I don't know what.
Queen?
Brother back.
Question for you, sir.
Excuse me?
This question's for you.
Yes,
Where does Rosa Parks fit in our black society and with Kwanzaa? Because I think she's forgotten about and what she did, and we don't utilize it today. And it was very powerful.
The reason why I didn't state Rosa Parks is I tried to give a power because our kids don't know power. They heard of Rosa Parks because when you hear Rosa Parks, you think back in the bus. And you know, Rosa Parks was a humdinger. She actually wasn't the first person to go.
That's right.
But you know, like if the truth be told, Martin Luther King. You know, King Powell started the boycott. But they gave it to King. You know, and because of that, I found out through research studying, Powell was envious of King because they gave all the credit. You know, Baptist preachers have egos. And he never got the credit. But our kids need to get to hear about a Powell or even Elijah Muhammad, because our kids, his motto was get to know yourself. Get to know who you are, where you come from with whom you come from, because that will lead to divine destiny. And he believed that once you get to know yourself, there's nothing that they can do to you because you'll know your history. That's right. You know, but our kids don't know this. They need to know. They hear, excuse me for saying this, the same cast of characters, the Kings. They'll hear family great, family. I'm not marginalizing their greatness, but there's millions of people who did great things that they won't tell our kids because they had a little controversy in their life. One sat at the bar with his robe on. Baptist preachers ain't supposed to know that. But many of us go to churches with a Baptist preacher who professes to be holier than thou and ain't doing a damn thing for his people. So God will judge you by what you do. And there is no perfect man.
Come on.
What one?
I'm curious about how you celebrate, because I have a Kwanzaa party a couple of times, and I ask people to make their gifts because of Kawumba, City. And you know, just come with something natural that we can all do together. And people actually got upset because, like Christmas, we got invited. No. And some people had a hard time with coming to the party because I asked them to make it. So I was curious, like, what do you do when you have your celebrations and you even exchange gifts?
So amongst the 7 families or however many families, maybe on Kuji Chocolate, but we go to that house and we all sit together and we make gifts. You might see a picture with that here. And we'll make different gifts and everything. So we set aside one day that week and we do that. And those gifts are, we invite outsiders to come and we give them those gifts. Okay.
Nice. But y'all make them.
We make them. All the gifts we give handmade.
One year we did disaster preparedness.
Right.
That's important because I watched, while some of y'all be watching the Housewives from Atlanta, I be watching the Discovery Channel. And the things are set, the conditions are set for a hurricane 2 or 3 hurricane category 2 and 3 right here in New York City.
Yes, sir.
And it will kill thousands.
We had an earthquake in Manhattan. We had
Right.
an earthquake before. My dad said because of the high winds and the low.
Yes.
So Manhattan is
And-
always, Manhattan is on one rock. And it's going.
Worst place to be is the subways.
Mhm.
What's it's going to get flooded. You saw what happened to Super Sandy.
Yeah.
And that was not a hurricane. That was just a perfect mini storm that did a lot of damage and whatnot. But it's not a question of when, if it's when. But the conditions are so disaster preparedness is important.
Really,
Flashlights, you name it. Canned food.
Soldiers did emergency disaster Harlem Hospital. They gave out backpacks for survival kits. They even gave a flashlight if the building comes down that they can detect where you at under the rumble. Yes, because they say Manhattan, like Harlem is on top of the rock. That's what a lot of people want to move to Harlem.
Oh, yeah.
A rock is like this and Manhattan is like this. The downtown and uptown is
Chinatown,
down in the water.
Coney Island,
Yeah.
prone for this and will suffer catastrophic Lower Manhattan with all of the windows. Because the winds will go out the
Look at
light.
all these buildings on this little piece of land.
Yeah.
They don't even think that this will go down.
That's why I said that Kwanzaa is an everyday thing.
Yeah, right. You gotta unite.
Santa Claus only comes around once a year.
Right.
And those of y'all who are blessed to have a chimney, I guess he knocks on y'all door. Quick story, if I may. I had an uncle, my mother's brother, that came over to our house every year. Him and my father were best friends. And they would, wrap up the gifts and put them under the tree. One year, me and my brother came out the room looking for the gifts, they wasn't there. Them two went and got so drunk, they forgot to wrap the gifts. And my mother had to come in there just cussing everybody out to get them to wrap the gifts. I'm not saying don't do the same, but remember Kwanzaa.
Right.
The life you save may be your own.
That's right. Each race needs to unite together. But this is we're all under the eyes of God.
We got one more question.
One more question. One more question.
What I was gonna mention is those in this room, as we talk about Kwanzaa, we should be aware of the celebrations that take place outside of this place. Particularly this evening, right across the street from Harlem Hospital and that senior center, they're doing Kwanzaa celebration.
The Schaumburg Film Festival.
Okay.
Schaumburg is the Black Research Center.
Up on 145th Street, Reverend Charlton's place, they're doing Kwanzaa celebration tomorrow. So we should be aware that we can spread, because multi-media that commonly talks about other things sometimes neglects us when we're talking about things that are positive for us. So getting information out in ways that are positive, even identifying the merchants that we should be supporting as part of Ujamaa is a critical part of Kwanzaa. And what we do here today, is an African saying, and what we do here today echoes tomorrow and far away. If we are talking about umoja and talking about spending our money within our community, that's something that should be made real. On 125th Street, I don't think you can find 24 Black-owned businesses from river to river. Now, that's a problem because there are a whole lot of people in our community who have the skills to make everything from shoes to food, the whole lot of stuff that we can do. But we spend the money with other people and that money goes out of our community. We need to be alert to what the celebrations are in our community, where we can spend our money to upbuild our community, and to let our children know that as well. So that's just, as we move forward, it doesn't end today. You have tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. And we have the obligation to our community to tell people some of the good news that we have here.
I say. And even new developed buildings, there's a lot of discrimination going on. They need new developed buildings, It's a lot of discrimination trying to get an apartment. And the people that's getting apartments are people that live out the country. They come with money and they get these apartments.
But we
and
allow
we
it. We have no unity.
And they live here and they don't shop here.
Okay, so Bird Up Cafe on social media, I will put that information, share businesses that we can patronize and things of that nature.
Again, to everyone that put in here together for this nation. Thank you. We need to embrace the principles and live them in our lives on a day-to-day basis. This is who we are as a culture, okay, so that we can continue to get the wisdom that our ancestors have put in our hearts to acquire. Okay, so with that being said, our next performer is Tamika Tuitt. A poet, a performer, eloquently addresses the heart of those around her, addressing everyday challenges and hardships with a voice marked by perseverance and strength. Excuse me.
One mic.
Her purpose resonates as shining a light in dark places through the transformative power of poetry. During her upcoming performances, she will present a piece entitled Black United Excellence. Please put your hands together for Tamika Tuitt. Okay, hi guys. I have a couple of pieces. So the first piece is titled Black United Excellence. Black United Excellence. We need unity. To come together and stand for ourselves and our community, we must not compromise or divide, but walk in unison and partnership toward achievement and fulfillment in our fight. In the blackest of night, in the brightness of day, from the cradle to the grave, until we are united, freedom is a distant cry. We must be determined and self-determined to know who we are and where we come from to understand the direction in which we head. We cannot afford to fall asleep, but be awakened by our ability to create for ourselves and freely express our most indigenous truths with creative works. We must solve our problems and work as a united force. I am my brother's keeper, and I am only as strong as the weakest link. We must seek to restore balance and peace, extending it to our brothers and sisters, forming unity amongst ourselves and in our community, creating businesses for ourselves, united in purpose. We are our greatest wealth. We are our greatest asset, and unity is our greatest friend. Thank you. That was very touching. Okay, so for our next performer, we have Linda Starr. Linda Starr is a soulful vocalist and songwriter from Brooklyn, New York, showcases a rich background in classic vocal training and songwriting. Commencing her musical journey. She's not here. Okay, so then we're going to go on to the next one. Okay. Rakia Anderson. Okay. Okay, so Tamika would like to do another piece.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
African American versus Anglo-Saxon. The times have changed even though the obstacles remain the same. Racism is just a fancy word for hate. Segregation and manipulation, when are we gonna build our strong Black nation? Oppress the oppressor and make moves. Govern the governor and get the manure straight in our schools. See, kings and queens are we. Unite together and form our own armies. No more underground trips with them with their own whips. Increase intellect and give back those welfare checks. Spring up corporations and paint the White House black. Can't nothing hold us back. Stop smoking that poison and giving them the upper hand. Black men be men and women respect your man. Take care of our children. Ceilings cannot be reached because the previous grade had a dream and now it's time to activate a plan. Discriminating against me, yet so many of your people try to replicate me. Laying in the sun trying to get the same skin tone as me. Confusion plagues me. Now tell me, what is it that you really want from me? Are you mad because my lips are full and succulent? And despite your infectious ways, my people are still making it? Why is your foot on my neck trying to hold me back from my advancement? I can't understand it. My mind will not grasp it. Too many supreme beings have died in your land of genocide. Mental freedom, we will possess it. All tests we will surpass. And at the end of our endeavors, you can kindly kiss our ask me why. So many cages are being built to house our young black men. It's because they've fallen victim to a well-designed plan. You see, they say education is the key, yet possessing capital is also the key. My people, if you want to be free, freedom lies in unity. America, lies I reject, refusing to be just another statistic. And if you want to know why I've been sent, it's to rage wars with my words and to get what me and my people have been promised since Genesis. Freedom and power. Freedom and power. Freedom and power.
Okay, so with that being said, we're going to take a little intermission. Okay, take a break. Support our vendors. We have some beautiful things out here. Okay.
Okay, not a problem. Oh, in the spirit of Ujamaa, Cooperative Economics.
Ujamaa.
And any of you been to Word Up Cafe?
Yes.
Okay, so they know about it, but the others don't, so I'm just gonna do a little piece of that. Okay. Fonzie's probably say, oh no, here she goes again. Okay, here we go. Word Up Cafe is the place to be. I said East New York University. Say word, say word. We got open mic, we got spoken word. Tell the people of what you heard. Word up, y'all. Word up, y'all. Word up. Looking for a healthy treat? Come right in and take a seat. Every sandwich that you eat helps a kid off the street. Our mouth-watering pastries tantalize your taste buds, beckoning your indulgence. Red velvet, chocolate, hummingbird cake, soup, salad, smoothies, sandwiches, all served with a smile. Sharon J. Kennedy Frost, that's me, started up Word Up Cafe in a school. Ain't that cool? Book signage, youth open mics, and much, much more. Looking for a place to rent? Word Up Cafe may just be it. Did I mention? Helping our community is our mission. So if you want to help the human race, say it together with me. Word Up Cafe is the place to be. East New York University. Say word. Say word. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you so much. Okay.
I was going to ask if we get to hear from the brother who has the jazz or has the music school in Brooklyn, because jazz is a big part of what they do there, and that's the American invention that a lot of us have been strengthened by. So I just wanted to know if there was any.
So before he spoke already, there was a first part where the vendors did get to speak a little bit about that, but you know, that's where it is. So we're doing intermission right now.
Thank you.
If this was hot, this would have been bomb.
There's no more food.
How are you? I can take you to some food.
Hello, we're getting ready to start back. Our intermission is just about, it's over. Not about, it's over. If you could kindly make your way back to your seats, we appreciate it.
All right, everybody. Don't want to miss this. Come on back here. We are having some giveaways and all of that.
So we have some giveaways. We still have a little bit more to go. If everyone could please take their seats.
That's what we're at. No, it's going to be like.
Could everyone please take their seats?
If everybody can come on over.
Everyone please come in and have their seat, have a seat. Okay, so our next performer is going to be Linda Starr. Can we please have everyone take a seat? We want to be courteous to our performer, and we would like for you to please take a seat. Okay, we have a couple of things in store as we try to conclude. Okay, we have some nice giveaways and such, so please. Cooperation is key. All right, so it is my pleasure to introduce Linda Starr, a soulful vocalist, songwriter from Brooklyn, New York, showcases a rich background in classical vocal training and songwriting. Commencing her musical journey at age 3, Starr has dedicated herself to honing her craft, gracing stage of New York City venue alongside the Brooklyn Hours Music Collective. In 2022, she achieved a significant milestone, winning the Essence Fest New and Next Artist Competition and placing among the top 3 winners at the Apollo Theater Amateur Night. Gathering praise from industry figures like Doc Rack and Rosie Diaz, collaborating with pioneers like Grandmaster Flash. Starr recently performed at Essence Fest 2023, driven by a mission to transform lives through music. She's committed to empower, educate, and inspire her community, and beyond, leaving an incredible mark with each transformative song. Please put your hands together for Linda Starr.
Thank you so much. How's everyone doing today? Good. I need more energy. How y'all feeling? Good. Celebration. This is a time for just owning your truth, owning your purpose. And we're gonna start we're actually gonna start the track back, if that's okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, I need participation. Yeah, I hear you.
To bring some love in today.
I know that's right.
Father, Father,
sing it. too many of you crying. Brother, 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 there's too many of you dying. Oh, we've got to find a way to bring some love in here today. Oh, Father, Father, oh, happy endings. There's no need to escalate. Oh, war's not the answer, for love will complicate. Oh, we've got to find a way to bring some love in here today. Oh, picking lines and picking sides on the streets with brutality. Talk to me and you see, oh, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? What's going on? Ooh. You guys know about it, have to sing along. Feel free. Oh, when we need each other, just be on the Lord. Oh, yes, we got to find a way to bring understanding in there. It lies, it shines, on the street, reality. Talk to me, and you see. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Once again, my name is Little Star. Thank you all for having me. You on Instagram, follow me at LYNCASCARR Music. Thank you, Deborah, for having me. We're gonna go to the next track. So the next track is an original song off of my, it's on all streaming platforms, and it's called That Melanin. So I wrote That Melanin to celebrate our Blackness. I wrote it during a time when in 2020 there was a lot of turmoil, there was a lot of civil and political unrest, and I wanted to illustrate the other side of that, of joy, of Black excellence, of Black power. And as we celebrate all the different principles of Kwanzaa, I believe that this song embodies a lot of those principles, especially with faith, especially with creativity and unity and community and bringing everyone together. So once again, this is That Melanin. And before we start the music, I just want a little more audience participation, okay? Got it. So when I say that melanin, you guys respond. That melanin, all right? Let's practice. Baby, it's that melanin, that melanin, that melanin, that melanin. Okay, y'all got it. Perfect. Y'all sound so good. All right, is that melanin? Should we just start a little acapella? It's been a tough week, but I made it. This weekend I'm celebrating. I'ma keep the vibes elevated. Yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's been a tough week, but I made it. This weekend I'm celebrating. I'ma keep the vibes elevated. So because I'm melanated. Take the one, but I'm grateful. They told me no, little do they know I already built my own table. Yeah, they won't let us down, raising up. This year alone has been enough. Too many times I was shaken up. All of these battles are overcome. When I look in the mirror, I know I'm beautiful. Skin down and I'm beautiful. Each day that I'm breathing is a miracle. Baby, it's that melanin. That makes me feel so genuine. You feel like honey cinnamon. We'll make it cause we're following. They think my skin must be a crowd. Barely room for leisure time. When we're out here in these streets, just trying to make it home alive. My mind is in days, hoping for better days. I'ma keep my pride on straight, follow what's happy made. I've been knocked down, but I came up. Getting everything that I prayed for. They try to give me less, but I paid for. Laying out views on the top floor. When I look for the walk in the room, I'm beautiful. Just getting down to my people go. Each day succeeding is a miracle. Baby, it's that melanin. Follow me, hey. That makes me feel so genuine. Yeah. Feel sweet like honey cinnamon. We'll make it cause we're alright, fill it up. Alright, you ready? Baby, it's that melanin. That melanin, 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 baby, it's that melanin, yeah. That makes me feel so genuine, yeah. You sweet like honey cinnamon, cinnamon. We'll make it cause we're one away. Want to win, melanin, yeah. Again, you guys can follow me at LYNDASTARR Music, and I'm on Instagram, on Twitter, and on SoundCloud. You guys can also support me directly on Bandcamp. So bandcamp.com/LYNDASTARR Music, and once again, my Instagram is Linda LYNDASTARR Music. Thank you so much. Happy Kwanzaa, happy holidays to you, and happy New Year, everybody. Thank you.
Do better than that. You can do better than that. Reach certain heights, and she's a sister, and we got to support her. And it's like, so if you want to repeat, please, your Instagram one more time.
Yes.
So once again, my Instagram is LYNDASTARR Music. And I'm working, my website is a little bit under construction, so in 2024, there'll be a lot more in store, getting ready to soar. So once again, just stay tuned, follow my broadcast channel on Instagram. So once again, LYNDASTARR Music. I'm also on Facebook, I'm also on Twitter, not X, because Twitter, that's what I know it as, so Twitter. And thank you guys so much. And my music is on all streaming platforms. So Spotify, Apple Music, Tidal, Amazon, you name it. Thank you so much.
Nice. All right. Okay, that's it for our performance, but right now, I'm going to be calling Heavy. Okay. Please put your hands together. Okay, so on that note, I would like to take this moment to promote Juneteenth, New York. This 2024 is going to be 14 years. They'll be doing the Juneteenth celebration in Brooklyn. So this is a summit. They discuss on Friday with a video, so it's virtual. So anyone, anywhere can partake. Please tune into the website, www.juneteenthnewyork.com. You can register for any of the events that's happening through the summit. If you are a vendor, this is the time for you to also register. Juneteenth takes place on June, is usually the 2nd, the 19th of that weekend. So Father's Day weekend. Okay, so it happens on Father's Day weekend. It starts on Friday virtually. Then there's a Saturday community event, and then it's followed by a Sunday event, usually at Prospect Park, and we have entertainers and such. So if you're gifted and you got something to offer and you want to show us what you got, this is a place you go register, and you can register your services. Well, however you want to volunteer, we need a lot of hands on deck, and it would definitely be very much appreciated. So again, JuneteenthNewYork.com. You can go on that website, you can register, and there are other activities. So just run through that, see what's available, and be a part of it. So at this time, I would like to introduce Patty. Good evening, happy Kwanzaa, everyone. Thank you for having us. I'm also representative of Juneteenth New York. I'm on the board of Juneteenth New York. This is our 15th year in celebration throughout New York. As Ms. Anita said, you can find us, you can follow us at JuneteenthNY.com. We do a 3-day summit. We are commemorated as New York's official Juneteenth event organization, okay? Like Mother said, we do a 3-day event starting on Friday, which is a virtual event. So your vendor, shout out vendors who are here, you guys are stopping by and checking out their goods. We do a virtual event, so no matter where you are, you can participate. We have viewers online, over 20,000 viewers online that are shopping online. We do our Black Kings Award, one of my favorites as a single woman. The Black Kings Award is really fascinating. We celebrate and commemorate Black men who live the Kwanzaa principles 365 days a year, Black-owned business, community activists, and we celebrate them with the awards, and it's a fascinating night of Black tie, an event. We have food, we have celebration, we come out, we sing, we dance, we have performers. As a matter of fact, Linda Starr sang the national anthem for us on our Black King Awards evening. Saturday is our community event where it's your usual shut down the block, rows and rows of vendors, food, beverage, clothing, financial literacy, all kinds of things. We have entertainment, local artists that come out and showcase their talent. On Sunday is our finale, a huge concert in Prospect Park. We have a parade that the mayor led the parade last year. He's supporting us again this year. So we're looking forward to it. It's a grand old event. So even if you're from Harlem, just to make your way to Brooklyn Prospect Park is about 20 minutes. Spend the time, spend the day with us. It really is a fascinating event. One of the things that we do to support and try to support and provide exposure to vendors, we do an auction. We do a Kwanzaa auction, okay? Throughout the entire time of Kwanzaa, from December 26th to January 1st. We highlight a number of vendors, the items that they are donating to our organization. We auction them off at half the price, if not lower, wholesale price. And the audience, people get to bid on it. It's a real fun time. So we do this from the 26th to the 1st. So I just want to share some of the items, just a few of the items that are up for auction. We have children's literature, something that was written by one of my colleagues who's an educator. I'm an educator for the Department of Education Special Needs.
She wrote this book called I Am Not Lazy, I Just Don't Understand, in 3 different languages. 3 different languages. The total value for this collection is $40. It's $15 right now. Anybody got $15? We got a bid for $15? A bid for $15 for all 3? A great way to, we have a bid for $15. We have a bid for $15. Want to show this up? Take it around. Thank you, my dear. Shout out to Miss Naomi, starting young. We have a bid for $15. We actually have 4 sets, so we're gonna commit that as sold. Okay? $15. I'll hold on to it. Money first, baby. So keep the mother in mind. So when we're done, we do have 3 more sets of I Am Not Lazy, I Just Don't Understand in 3 different languages, English, Spanish, and French. So if you have a child that's interested or you want to have them learn another language, bilingual, being bilingual or trilingual, this is a great way to do that. Secondly, we have this body care. This is made by a friend of mine. I gotta tell you, I use it. This is absolutely amazing. This is the mango tangerine exfoliating body mousse, okay? I have the brown sugar scrub. Let me tell you something. When you take a shower, you lather this on your body, rub it in really nicely until the sugar dissolves. When you rinse it off and you dry yourself off with a towel, all you do is rub in the rest of the moisture. You don't need to add anything else. Your skin, that melanin is glistening, okay? This is absolutely amazing. This is going for, and this is the body butter. So you don't need to, I promise you don't need to have the body butter after the shower, but if you decide later on in the day, you want to moisturize and lather up with the body butter, and it smells delicious. Matter of fact, open it. Let's go. Absolutely delicious. That is going for, hold on. This is made by Pampered Kisses. This is made by Andrea Jenkins, a girlfriend of mine who has been in business, I will say, for more than 10 plus years. She has a full line of products, and you can find her on Etsy.com. Pampered Kisses /Etsy.com. This is a set for $25, regular price $65 for both, okay? The going price for this is $25 for both pieces. Next we have the collection by Indigo, the Indigo Style collection. This is actually a Black-owned vintage shop in Brooklyn, in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. I can begin to tell you the type of garments they've curated in this place. When you walk in, you're welcome, it's warm, it's delightful and pleasing. Her donation, we couldn't even take her donation because even though it's a vintage shop or a thrift store, they were still pretty expensive. I touched something on the rack and I was like, take your bag and go, okay? Because it was still expensive. Even something that was still $450. But this was, you have to think about the value. The regular price is probably over $1,000 for that piece, but still beautiful pieces. But what they've done for us is give us a collection of items. This number 70, absolutely stunning. I've been opening this thing every day and it still smells beautiful. Share that with them. This is their collection of mugs, of body tea. This one is a ginger lemon peppermint body tea and foot bath. This one is a rose satsuma peppermint. You have 2 bar soaps, Savage AF and Dear Brooklyn soap, smells beautiful. The hand sanitizer, incense with the incense holder. These aren't the cheap incense. These are nice, thick ones that burn slow. And if you're the kind of person that likes to create a kind of wellness ambiance in your home, this is a great package for you. This is $20. This is a value of $90. The whole set is $20. Do we have a bid of $20 for the set? Comes with the bag. Carry and go. $20. This is the hand sanitizer, butter hand sanitizer. Next, we have whiskey. Do we have any whiskey drinkers in the house? Any whiskey drinkers in the house? This is a Black-owned beverage company called Den of Thieves. Den of Thieves. Curated in Brooklyn. This is a ginger vanilla whiskey. I was shocked when I saw it. I said, but I'll try anything once. I'm a wine drinker. This was delicious. This was absolutely delicious. It's warm, it's warming on the inside. You get a nice buzz, over 80% proof, more than 80% proof. This is Den of Thieves. You get a t-shirt, 2 t-shirts, 2 flasks, and a set of cigars by Cigar Brothers, another Black-owned company, Cigar Brothers. You get the entire collection for $30. A $180 value. We're starting a bid for $30, excuse me. So if you have any interest, we have a bid for $30. Do we have 35? Do we have 35? We have 35. Do we have 40? We got 40. Oh, we got a bid and more. Hold on. We got a bid and more here. We have a bid for 40. Mother, we have a bid for 40. Is that going once? 45. 45. We got a bid and more going. Do we have 50? I promise you cannot go wrong. $50. I'm sorry? We got a bid for 50. Do we have 55? We got 55. We got 55. Do we have 60? Mother, let me tell you something. You would be proud of the young. You're good? You're good? 55. Do we have 60? Do we have 60 going once? The young man just walked in. We are auctioning off a bottle of Den of Thieves ginger vanilla whiskey with 2 Black-owned cigars, 2 t-shirts, 2 flasks. Are you a drinking kind of man? Or is it? Say no more. Going once for 55. Going twice for 55. Sold to the young man in the cap, $55. I'll ask that of you. Okay. Thank you so much. That is wonderful. Den of Thieves is sold at $55. Last but not least, I gotta tell you, this is one of my favorite things to have. 2, 4, 6, 7. I feel like I'm missing one. You're right. That's right. I can't. This is one of my favorite things for the holidays. I love Christmas. The beauty about Christmas for me is the decorating. I love my tree. I have the kind of tree that'll stay until March. My tree is absolutely gorgeous, right? I build on my tree every year with new ornament things that are meaningful to me, that are beautiful, that lighten up my tree even more. My tree, my last tree I just got rid of, I had for more than 20 years. I had an imitation tree, and all of the pine needles fell off, and I wanted to do something different. I wanted to get like a cute tree, white tree, pink tree, out of a black tree. Stunning. When I tell you stunning, okay? These are tree ornaments. Kwanzaa ornaments. Mine are in gold. They are handmade by a friend of mine who owns a company in Seattle called 21 Pennies. She made 3 of them. This is the 3rd one. There's a black set, my gold set, and this white set. If y'all don't buy this, it goes really well with my black tree. Okay? You get Kwanzaa, Ujamaa, Ujamaa, Ujamaa. These are all handmade, cut with the laser. Nia, Imani, and Kaumba. These are absolutely stunning. And all you have to do is I would put either gold string or silver string to hang from your tree. and place them usually strategically. I still have pictures of my trees, so if anybody wants to see them, you can certainly see it. Absolutely gorgeous, right? The value of these are $90. We had a bid last night for $50. Do we have 55? We have a bid for 55, can we get 60 to 55? Well, somebody has a chance, man. Okay, do we have 55? Give me 30 seconds, give me 30 seconds, please. 55? 55, going once, going twice, they're sold. Congratulations. Congratulations. I'll have to wrap it up for you and give it to you at the end of the evening. So, this is some of what we have. These are a few of the items. So I want you guys to follow us because it will tell you some of the other things we have. I have another girl who owns a wine company called Release Love. We have her collection of Sauvignon Blanc and Cabernet Red with 2 hand-painted wine glasses and a sample of her body soap. Okay, that's a $100 value. It is, I believe, on auction right now for $35. Beautiful collection of wine. We have a 3-day, 2-night vacation in Florida, 5-bedroom home, 2 mini bathrooms, pool, jacuzzi in Florida. I believe that's a $350. It's on, we got a bid last night, $350. It's a $700 value. Follow us on Juneteenth NYC/events. Log in. Our Kwanzaa auction is every night until January 1st at 7 p.m. We have 2 tickets for the next game in the executive booth. What do you call it? The skybox. Too much fun. 2 tickets for the next game. You're next. Okay, in Barclays Center. It is a skybox. All right. Value I think it was $250. Value for those was $650, I believe. Again, Juneteenth NY.com/events. Place your bid. Okay? Place your bid. So a lot of we have many other things, fashion by local vendors, what about other curators? Okay. But it's a fun time. Join us. Continue to celebrate with us. Kwanzaa every day, 365 days. What about? Oh, okay. So this collection is by Indigo Style. It's from a vintage shop in Brooklyn. This is what they donated to us. This is a collection of items. You have their mug, body teas, peppermint ginger, linen rose, Satsuma, hand soap, sanitizer. This is beautiful candle, smells delicious. The incense and incense holder, and the bag that carries them all. Okay? I believe it's $25. Between $20 and $25. Hold on, I'll confirm. We have jewelry, we have handmade jewelry, we have fashion. Yeah, I wanted this one 50. And go out. That is 25. Starting with is 25 for this set. We have one $25 bid for the Indigo style set. Do we have 30? Do we have 30 for the Indigo style set? Good. 25 going once. 25 going twice. Set is sold. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys for letting me take up your time. I hope to see you all at our event. Continue to invite them. This shop is located on Lewis Avenue, 409 Lewis, near Boys and Girls High School. Are you familiar with Boys and Girls on Fulton? So if you go to Lewis, it's about 3 blocks to your right. 409 Lewis Avenue is called Indigo Style. I'll give you the card. I should have the card. Okay. And that will be all. Do we have anything else? Do we have a giveaway? Something we're giving away. We're not auctioning off. Deborah? Give me one moment. I'm going to clear this area out. I'll take care of it, baby. I'll take care of the money part. Okay. Yes. That's your localization program. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so at this time, we're gonna have the vendors come up and, introduce themselves and their products with contact information. Okay, so we can just line up reps from each table.
Hi everybody, how you doing? Good to see you all. I'm Eva Gordon. I'm from a company named Epic. We stand for equity, profitability, integrity, and community. We're a company looking to provide quality of life for our wellness products that contain hemp-derived CBD. The hemp plant is a real alternative for inflammation with CBD, for pain, arthritis, or anxiety, or weight. And that's going to help as alternatives to medications that need that side effects. We want to give you all the alternative medications with our CBD products. Those are services that can help with repairing your credit, also in terms of marketing businesses, reducing utility bills. So we just want to add extra income for your life and reduce some wealth for other generations. Please be over here at this table. Let's go with you more. Thank you so much. I'm on Instagram at Eva Gordon and Facebook as well. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Edward Gordon. Obviously, we're related, that's my daughter, so. I'm representing New England Conservatory Music. We are a small private music school in Brooklyn, New York. We all provide lessons in voice, piano, violin, and a small choir. The choir sings in 7 different foreign languages, plus addition to the choir. And you have to read music. We're trying to keep the kids off the streets out of trouble. Our voice students, thank you so much, sing in 7 different foreign languages. We have place students in 10 different college music programs. Some of our students have gone on to become professional musicians. The hour is late. I'm trying to summarize things quickly. We are on YouTube. You can see some of our work on YouTube. We're on Instagram, and our next concert is the second Sunday in June. I want to say June 9th, but I think it's June 9th, but we're presenting excerpts from the Messiah I handle the Easter portion. This past December, or rather this early this month, our featured word was the Christmas Oratorio by Chase Bank. We presented our little ones on the first part of the program, and then the Christmas Oratorio in German with a small orchestra. We're trying to give our young people some options how to leave names out of it, but you know, as well as I know, 10 people will trample to death at a certain artist's concert to include a 10-year-old black boy. We've got to do better. We've got to do better. So we hear this wonderful Kwanzaa celebration. We want to thank Deborah and Dixon. She's an angel. We want to thank all the people, staff, volunteers. Thank you so much. I'm at the other table next to this table, and let's give our kids some options. You can sit there and see how bad they are, or we can get up and do something for them. Thank you.
Okay, here's another one of our vendors.
Hello, and good night. Thank you to everyone that gave me my takeaway support of getting from Urban Alchemy. We are a new company, so right now we are just only on Instagram. If that Instagram is going to be HERBANALCHEMY2. It's on Instagram. We have a website over you guys can visit. Just give us a couple minutes before you leave. We have a couple samples for you. We produce some conversations about skin, hair problems, etc. We just want to say thank you as well to everyone that invited us here. To the Deborah, to everyone that does that's all. That's enough. They made us know welcome today. We loved it. The energy was nice. We want to say thank you. And thank you for the support. Happy New Year. Okay, we have our final vendor.
Hi, my name is Michael. I am a designer. I design all those clothes that you see over there. So if you still need something for New Year's Eve, come see us. We have some great discount. Thank you for coming and supporting us. This is not clothes for everyone, men, women, anything you want to do. So we solve any fashion needs that you may have. And if you see something you like, if you don't have the size, I'll take the measurement and make it for you. Again, thank you so much for coming and for supporting us.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a friend of Chase that's in the neighborhood that would like to introduce themselves and tell you a little bit of what they do. Come on.
Happy Kwanzaa, everybody. Happy Kwanzaa. My name is Randy Lewis. I have an event marketing and PR firm here almost 25 years. I'm a Chase customer. And you might know me from a family member called Ida. I opened the General Motors dealership. I opened the Whole Foods. I've been very involved in the community since I came here. I originally from Brooklyn. I built myself at Brooklyn born, Harlem University. And I love Harlem. And I love everything that celebrates our culture, our people, and the extension of our businesses. It's important that we stabilize our communities by helping to sustain the businesses that are here and the businesses that are developing. There's justifications not associated with displacement. So we can elevate people's businesses, elevate people's lives, elevate people's ambition. I am here with Nicole Carter. She represents Uncle Nearest, which is the black brand of Jack Daniels. This is an African American man that helped to develop this flavor, develop this taste, and he's associated with this industry and its success from the beginning. So she's here to present the brand, to present some special cocktails that they've created to introduce you to good whiskey. Okay, and remember to drink the awesome. I'm going to turn this over to Nicole. She can tell you why she's here and what you need to know, where you can go by.
Hello. Happy Kwanzaa. Happy Kwanzaa. Hello, everyone. My name is Vicki Carter. I'm marketing manager for Uncle Nearest Premium Whiskey. You already know, female independent black-owned whiskey company. Whole executive team of women. As Raymond already kind of introduced, a lot of people, even if you don't drink, you probably heard Jack Daniels. What you knew that Jack Daniels was a famous whiskey maker, but you didn't know that he actually was the one making whiskey. He was a slave by the name of Nathan Nearest Green, aka Uncle Nearest, making whiskey the whole time. Unless you were in Low Tennessee, you probably would have never known that story for almost 200 years until about 7 years ago. The New York Times did a 150th legacy anniversary on this story of Jack Daniels, and that's when they exposed that a slave by the name of Nathan Nearest Green told them that he knew was his mentor. 6 years later, we are, as I said before, a fully operating whiskey company that actually acknowledges and commemorates to Uncle Nearest wealth and history. His great-great-grandmother, Miss Victoria Butler, is our actual master blender. Makes her the first African-American woman master blender. So we've been doing a lot of history. We just, this time last year, we had $100 million in sales. So we're the most successful, authentic community. I do say are not owned, Hennessy are not black owned. Actually had mostly African American enthusiasts and endorsements, but we don't own them. And Uncle Bears is owned by a woman by the name of Sloan Eager and Victoria Eagle. So, with further ado, we are in most of the stores here in Harlem and Brooklyn. If you don't see us at the store that you go to, please ask for us. Today I have a Tennessee peach lemonade for you to try for the sample as well as another nice cake with it. We're also trying to bring Start Martin Luther King Day to our kickball for historically black colleges. We're trying to raise $1.4 million. So we started that this year, now it's going to be 2023. We did raise $1 million. We were able to give, divvy up the $1 million to the top 38 schools. This year now, we're working on $1.4 million because we want to be able to give a scholarship for all of the HBCUs, and actually also added a student that is on a full scholarship for the year. So we upped it. So we appreciate all of you today. I'm appearance found in all of most of the restaurants here in Harlem. It's so supportive. Perfect example, Red Rooster, Corner Social, almost every bar on 8th Avenue carries us. They will be participating in the old fashioned challenge, which is if you order Uncle Bears, you order it as an old fashioned cocktail, that dollar will then be matched to go towards the fundraiser that we're working on. All the information at the table, of course, take my card, my number if you need anything. Thank you so much. We have Chairman that would like to come back and say a couple words. And so we have a giveaway for everyone that's here. Okay, so everybody gets the giveaway.
Cooperative Cafe. I told you a little bit about it. It's an open mic Cooperative Cafe that opened up 7 years ago. Started in the classroom, where we converted the classroom to a cafe. We recently, since COVID, we had converted to an event space. So while we're there, if you're interested, we're on Facebook, Red Up Cafe, and we're on Instagram, Red Up _ Cafe. We have little signs, we have tea parties, we have paint sips, we have plantain sips, which is pretty good. So, also social media, even if we're not in this space, we're still do our events. Thank you very much.
Your chocolate cakes are phenomenal. In fact, I gotta say, my favorite food is delicious. Cakes are great. Okay, so with all of that being said, as we conclude, we have.
Hello everyone, how you doing? I'm Agnes Fisher, yes, that is my sister, and Juneteenth NYC is one of the greatest, most organized Juneteenth celebrations in America. With that being said, we have some gifts for everyone that stayed here throughout the duration of this presentation and today's event. So we want you all to mingle around and enjoy the gift that is given from the heart. Have a good Kwanzaa, and we will be closing out very soon. All right. Support our vendors that's here, or see what they got, get some samples, and purchase something. All right.
Okay, Happy New Year, everyone. Let 2024 be the best of what's yet to come. Okay, speak it into existence. Come on, we've been going through a lot of hardship ever since the pandemic. So this is our opportunity that you can speak into this new year, greatness, and you deserve it. Good night. Thank you all.
All right, everybody have a good time? So make sure you follow us at Michael PR and Juneteenth NY. Don't forget, make make sure you sign in over there at the table. I hope everybody had a great time today. Wasn't it fantastic? Woo! Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate all of you. God bless. Happy holidays. Happy Kwanzaa. And here's to a wonderful 2024. Please go ahead and support our vendors. Please support our vendors and all our tables. Yeah, the table in the front, we can go ahead, so we have to sign it. Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Oh, Oh, thank you. That's so cute.
That's your job. I need y'all to welcome some of my Wednesday committee. Somebody else go out there. Angus, you got the number? You got the gentleman's number? Can I get some? I'm sorry.
Get some information. Come around and get some information.
Angus.
Oh my God!
Okay, so I just started a website this year called Morgan Freedom. It's supposed to support Black and brown businesses and market opportunities. I've heard all the things. I wasn't in town this year, so I did not go. But I was anything I can do. So you let me know. Anything I can do. I mean, I'm not necessarily a vendor because I'm on a website, but anything that I can talk about speakers, I can talk to you, talk a lot. So. And what's your contact information? So I think you want me to Roger, you had all the cupcakes?
No, I ate like 4.
You ate like 4?
I ate like 4.
And they all gone?
Yeah.
They all gone?
Who made the cupcakes?
Let me know who made it.
I'm gonna try.
You made the cupcakes?
I cook anything. I cook. I got Levi. I have to cook, you know?
And then I like the Haitian patties.
I don't know how to make that though.
I went to one place and I was like, this is it.
Queens Boulevard.
No, where did I get it from?
Queens
Notion. By Flatbush Junction.
Haitian? Okay. Oh, Flatbush. I think you mean
over there off of Newkirk, coming down Newkirk, Nostrand,
yeah, they got
that Haitianville right here. All those Haitian restaurants.
I wish I could take advantage. We don't eat meat no more, right? Like completely?
Yeah.
Unfortunately. This is not like I'm happy. This is my body rejecting. I'm stuck. You see it? No.
But you look good. I'm not saying.
Oh, no.
Okay. I'm here for this.
A lot of them. Because downtown, we started and they were moving up there.
Thinking about it? Yeah, yeah. So I don't have a problem with that. Thank you,
So I'm all the way down. All the way down. Where I think I want to sit. You can help me.
Yeah, you know, the gentleman that's on the phone putting his leg right across there.
But yeah,
Guys.